you're in the Flat Earth community, you will know that there are two words that you just cannot say. For whatever reason, those words will not come out of your mouth, no matter how much you try. The two words that they don't like to hear, can't hear, refuse to hear, or refuse to say are atmospheric pressure. It's not gas pressure, it's atmospheric pressure. Not gas pressure. Atmospheric pressure. It's not gas pressure, it's atmospheric pressure. Not gas pressure. Atmospheric pressure. It is not gas pressure, it is atmospheric pressure. Not gas pressure. Atmospheric pressure. It's not gas pressure, it's atmospheric pressure. Not gas pressure. I deserve a drink for that. I really do. I feel better. In case you don't know who I am an ex-flat earther until I saw the light and came back to the globe, obviously. And next time we'll tell you that gravity is a container. But for now, it is not gas pressure, it is atmospheric pressure. Not gas pressure. Atmospheric pressure. It's not gas pressure, it's atmospheric pressure. Not gas pressure. Atmospheric pressure. It is not gas pressure, it is atmospheric pressure. Not gas pressure. Atmospheric pressure. It's not gas pressure, it's atmospheric pressure. Not gas pressure. Pressure, it's atmospheric pressure. Not gas pressure. It's not gas pressure, it's atmospheric pressure. Not gas pressure. It is not gas pressure, it is atmospheric pressure. Not gas pressure. It's not gas pressure, it's atmospheric pressure. Not gas pressure. So, let that be a lesson for the flirts out there. Let's hope that they pin their ears back and understand the difference between gas pressure and atmospheric pressure.
Ahoy hoy, I am Planner Walk and welcome to another live stream. Let me switch over. Actually, we'll switch over to this first. How's it going? One of the things I actually noticed is that this thing that I'm wearing here is the same color. It's the only shirt I have, or it's kind of a shirt, kind of not, but it's the only clothing that I have that's the same. Actually, no, there is another one that's kind of the same color, but it's not a solid color. This one's a solid color. Same color as the thing of me in my that header thing for my channel. But anyway, yeah, that was, in case anyone didn't hear it when I uploaded it, that was, it's not gas pressure, it's atmospheric pressure. Because, you know, I need to make sure the flirts know that. And yeah, I was on guitar. Some people were wondering whether I was on guitar or whether it was Cats on guitar. And I am very disappointed. I thought people knew that I play guitar. Like, a lot of people were thinking, oh, that's Cats. No. I just, like, recorded myself playing guitar multiple times. In fact, the guitars, you might have noticed this, you may not have noticed it, but the guitars were actually double-tracked in parts of it. Not entirely, because... And there was also one guitar that was panned to the left, because if I had it dead center, you could barely hear it. The fun things of audio design, you know? So, yeah. What have we got? We've got people saying that it's... We've got people saying that it's great where they are. We've got people saying evening, good afternoon. It's good morning here. And got someone saying Shavan Awa. I don't know what that means. And you got Kim saying unicorn wank taste of popcorn, candy flossing, ground nuts. Okay. Tell Riley about that. He'll want to know. Fred Bailey says, with or without a vacuum. And then you got Garanga Man saying, hey look, it's nice and sunny there but dark here, Scotland. And IMD Foxy waiting on the Oakley remix of that song, to be honest. It's gonna drop soon, I can feel it. Well, here's the thing. Gas doesn't go down, go boom boom, does it? So the song can't drop. Oh, Garanga Man says... It means doing fine. I'm probably butchering your name, by the way. And then Glenn Collins says, good morning, I am going to sleep of night shift. I'm guessing you mean after your night shift? Anyway. So, let's talk about Marjorie Taylor Greene. Has anyone heard about the thing that Marjorie Taylor Greene did? It's like, it's one of them things where it's kind of what you'd expect. Actually, there's a lot that Marjorie Taylor Greene did. I got it perfect. Oh. That's very surprising for me, unless you're being sarcastic. But, anyway, Marjorie Taylor Greene is absolutely insane, right? And she did this thing where it's just... I'm just going to have to show you. There's a few things that she did. We're going to start with how she destroyed socialism. She absolutely destroyed it with guns and bullets. Let's take a look. Let's hope that it's not too loud. Let's bring that down.
Nancy Pelosi is sneaking the Green New Deal into the $3.5 trillion budget. And in 2022, I'm going to blow away the Democrat socialist agenda. Go to the website below and sign up to win my .50 caliber. Nancy Pelosi is sneaking the...
Yeah, it's... Who thought this was a good idea? I mean, I suppose it does get a whole lot of coverage, right? It's sort of the Trump thing where Trump would do like really crazy stuff and then got a whole lot of coverage. Maybe she's going for that angle, I don't know. But... like, firstly, the Democrats are by no means socialist. They're liberals. Not socialists. It's always really hilarious to me when people say that the Democrats are socialist when they're actually liberal. And let me tell you, socialists don't like liberals that much. They really don't. But like, blowing up a car, Like, firstly, everyone knows that, like, a gun like this isn't going to blow up a car like that. You know. It was, like, over the top, like, Michael Bay explosions kind of thing. And people were also talking about the kickback. Yeah. Here we go. Like, this also looks like a meme. Yeah, like the kickback from the gun. It is... I know, someone was talking about it. Yeah, here we go. Because, yeah, there's kickback from a gun. People were saying, oh, because it's on the... Right? It's... Like... I don't know who approved this. I really don't. Like, why is a car... First off, why is a car socialism? Why? Is it because they thought that they could go, oh yeah, like, a gun will blow up a car? You know, if they just had something else with socialism written on it and blew it up, you know, wouldn't make sense. But they needed something that could potentially explode, and so they decided, okay, a car. And it wouldn't surprise me if they shot the car, right? It was turned around the other way, and they shot the car, and they're like, why didn't it explode? Okay. We need to pack this car with explosions and then shoot it. With explosives, should I say, and then shoot it. I've seen this profile picture before. Just as a side, I thought it was Charisma. I thought this was Charisma, I think, for a second, but then I realized, oh, it's a different person. But beyond that, right, we're not done with Marjorie Taylor Greene. No. She did this. She brought a Scooby-Doo meme into Congress. And let me play it for you.
This is a simple meme that you would find on the internet, but this meme is very real. The Green New Deal, surprise, serves China and China only. You can go ahead and put number 1 up. So today, talking about the Green New Deal and the all-out war on men and women.
It's just the future of politics. She like bought this other... She put another meme on. Why? Everyone's talking about that first meme, right? But no one's talking about... She put another meme, right? Are we... Like, in the future, are memes just... Are bills just gonna be passed by having a whole lot of memes? Like, and it's not the only... I couldn't find the other one. Because I've seen this other one where there was someone else that came into Parliament, or into Congress, with more memes. This was before Marjorie Taylor Greene, if I recall correctly. What has politics turned into? Are we just going to have a whole... I think this might have been a filibuster. Now that I think about it. Filibuster meme. I'm not sure Maybe it... Was it this? I'm not sure if it was Wendy Davis or someone else. I think it was someone else. Filibuster meme presentation, maybe? Because everyone's talking about... Because everyone is talking about... No, I can't find it. Everyone's talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene, but no one's talking about the other person that brought memes into Congress. Does anyone... Joni Ernst. Okay. Oh. I think it was that. Joni Ernst. Meme. Oh, where is it? Congress meme. Oh, here we go. I found it on Reddit. The most reputable of all sources. Yeah, here we go. We've got this meme. Like, I can't remember what was said about it. They said that it was a popular... Yeah, they said this popular meme. Now, maybe they meant popular meme format. I'm not sure that this meme here in particular is popular, but yeah, maybe the format is... But is this what politics is to... Like, maybe now is the time that everyone should get into politics. Because if this is what it takes to be a politician, we can basically get we can get millennials into politics, you know? Millennials are great at memes. But yeah, it's crazy that this is politics nowadays. Nelsie says, has anyone played Uno? I have. It's fun. Uno is fun. I do find it funny how they're basically saying that the Green New Deal is socialism and communism and all that kind of stuff. It is really crazy. Like, I need to go back and... Because I think I read part of the Green New Deal. I know that I basically went through it to... it was either the Paris Agreement or the Green New Deal. I can't remember which. I'm pretty sure it's very simple. Right? It just lays out a whole lot of things that we need to go ahead and do. And, we've got Mallory who says, and y'all laugh when I bring in meme culture in my discussion as well. This shows memes are a thing and to be taken seriously. Well, memes... Okay, so memes can be useful in conveying a point. Memes are useful in that way, but there is a point when you need to go beyond memes. You know, like, if you want to convey a point to just general, everyday people, yeah, you bring in memes, right? But if you want to actually make an argument, memes are not an argument, right? And Kerbo Ties says, Planet Walk, what about the young dude who forgot a gun in his carry-on? I did not hear about that. But we're not done with Marjorie Taylor Greene. Oh, no. Marjorie Taylor Greene has been making all kinds of headlines. Alright, look at this. Yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene starts screaming match with Democrats over abortion rights bill. And yeah, there's... Oh, I found the video on Twitter as well from Daily Caller. So let's take a look at the video. That's the headline, right? Oh, where is my mouse? There it is. Yeah, it gets crazier. It really does. Alright, so let's take a listen.
Killing a baby up until birth is a lack of civility. It's called murder. Hey, how about the border down there? Lack of civility. How about lack of laws or protecting and upholding our Constitution?
Use respect is the basic thing you're taught in church. Respect your
Taught in
neighbor.
church? Are you kidding me? Try being a Christian and supporting life.
Try being a Christian and try
Support life.
Decently.
Watch your step, lady. You're going to fall down. Control yourself.
It's always one of them things where it's just try having a civility. What? I find that now this may just be my opinion, but like to me, well, first off, like having civility, like starting a shouting match is having civility. I don't know if I don't know if you got the right sort of idea there. But yeah, like I think that supporting the right for people to choose is a civil thing. I don't know, like maybe people are going to disagree, but I prefer. Mallory says that they want to hang out with MTG for a day. It would be a hoot. I would, honestly, if I was able, I would actually probably agree there, right? I would do an interview, and that would be, I would do an interview, like, put it on YouTube. It might get I don't know if it gets taken down, if it would get taken down, but that would be fun. You do have a point there. Like, she's all kinds of crazy, and it's the kind of thing that people would watch. Kerbo Ties says, I don't vote. I don't like any of them. I don't believe voting for the slightly less worse one either. I think it is good to vote for the lesser of two evils. Like, if you've got two candidates, and one is, let's say one is going to take away everyone's rights, and another person is going to take away some people's rights, right? Then I'd rather go with the person that's going to take away some people's rights rather than everyone's rights, if you know what I mean. I feel like it's better to go with the lesser of the two evils. Now, if you do have the opportunity to go for an even lesser evil or a good person, then yeah, go for the good person. Absolutely. Like, the problem with American politics is that your vote if you vote third party, most of the time it's not going to make any difference. Whereas in New Zealand politics, you vote third party, and that party, like, I voted for the Greens. And the Greens, they didn't get in, but they still have a say in politics. If you know what I mean. in New Zealand, essentially the idea is if you got, let's say, 4 parties, right, and you've got 4 parties, none of them can govern alone. Now, what will happen is each of these parties will have a say in Parliament, and some parties may disagree on certain things, and some parties may agree on other things. And obviously, the more seats that a party has in Parliament, the more of a say they have. But yeah, it's very much a much better way, I think, to go about it. Made by Jim Bob says, America is a corporation, New Zealand is a daycare system. I like New Zealand's system far better than America's. I think having a proper way to have everyone's voice heard is probably better. And Clive Wells says, ahoy hoy planner, but I can actually read it this time without having to turn my screen upside down. Kerbertoy says, I'm in Canada. We just had an election. Now people are talking about mail-in voter fraud. Trump is... Yeah, here's the thing. Right? It seems that... Now, in New Zealand, we didn't have anything about mail-in voter fraud. No one was talking about that. No one was talking about voter fraud in general. I don't think. May have been like maybe one party, like a really fringe party. That wouldn't surprise me. But for the most part, people were like, yeah, these were the results. You know, like Judith Collins accepted that they were the results. Now she didn't do what most politicians do, which I both respect and don't respect at the same time. Like generally in New Zealand, when a politician loses an election, they step down, right? What happened here is Judith Collins lost the election and didn't step down as the leader of the Nationals. Now, this doesn't go for minor parties because, minor parties, they just don't get in. If you're a major party and you lose an election, it's generally expected that you step down, right? This has happened with... it happened with Helen Clark, it's happened with Bill English, it happened with, David Cunliffe, happened with Phil Goff, all these politicians, they step down after they lose an election. However, funnily enough, or suspiciously, Judith Collins didn't step down. Now, I wonder why. Alright? And I have an idea why. I think that she likes being in the Top Gun seat, Now, if she loses the next election, which I think she will. I think Judith Collins will lose the next election. I think she'll step down then, right? Because, here's the thing. I don't know anyone in New Zealand that likes Judith Collins. I would much rather Chris Bishop to be leader of the Nationals. I really would. I do not agree with a lot of... I've been following Chris Bishop on Twitter, and does anyone remember the small face guy? Let me bring up Chris Bishop. Hold on, let me... Now, I disagree with a lot of his takes on Twitter, so let me bring this... give me a second. So, yeah, we've got Chris Bishop, and... Yeah. Here's the thing. I do like how Chris Bishop has got get vaccinated. We need more politicians doing that, you know? I do think we do that. You know, you got over here David Seymour, Judith Collins, and Simon Bridges. None of them are saying to get vaccinated in their thing. I don't know, maybe it's to do with Twitter presence. I have no idea, but... generally, most of his thing is shitting on Labour and the thing. And this... Oh, I actually do agree with him here. Alright? Extremely disappointing to hear of anti-vax groups demonstrating outside of Hutt Valley Secondary School today. And he's got a point. It is disappointing, especially seeing as I think he's the MP of, Hutt South. So he's the... Oh, well, he's based there, so he's not the MP for Hutt South, but yeah, he's from there, right? And then one person says they have their rights to protest, and then you've got him responding with, "I didn't say they didn't." That is actually a brilliant response, right? They've got their rights to protest. Yeah, I do like that. I disagree with him on a lot of stuff, but I fully agree with him here. And for £5, Second Best Bob says, your accent is as non-existent as Creaky Blinders. I wish I could find an actual accent in this community. What about Simon Dan? Simon Dan has an accent. You know, you got Simon Dan, you got MCToon. They've got accents. Who else has got an accent? I'm trying to think, actually. Oh, AB Science has an accent. We've got a lot of people with accents. But yeah, like... And... Oh, I'm D Fox. I would have shortened it to get vexed. I'm not going to say that word because apparently like YouTube completely demonetizes like the video if you say the C word. And what have we got? Following allegations of electoral fraud during the 1992 Westminster election, the NIO estimated that perhaps 50% of the 27,000 postal votes cast were fraudulent. Okay. I mean, that's in a different place, is it? Oh, FTFE, yeah. FTFE, clear accent there. Who else? I'm trying to think, who else do we have in the community with an accent? Mr. Sensible. He has an accent. Hold on. Oh, Thunderfoot also has an accent. Yeah, that's undeniable. I can actually go to YouTube Studio, and there's a thing in analytics that allows me to. If I go to channel analytics, I think. Audience. Sir Sick has an... Oh, you know, Radical. I'm just checking the other channels your audience watches thing. Oh, Conspiracy Cats. And clearly Wolfie 6020 doesn't have an accent because Australian and New Zealand non-accent is the same. Exactly the same, clearly. But yeah. What's the take that I disagree with him here? It's actually one of the things... And, you got him saying, Chris Hipkins says that the government has been totally focused on getting as much as possible. What a load of crap. Government said earlier this year, so it wasn't a race. We could afford to go slower than other countries. Unethical. And then you got him saying, Chris Hipkins says I'm dishonest to claim government delayed the vaccine rollout. My document is from May from the Ministry of Health itself. He himself basically admits the government did this the line government incompetence over procurement in 2020. Well, the thing is, like, I can understand why the New Zealand rollout was slow, because people have been wondering why it took me so long to get vaccinated, right? And that's because here in New Zealand, I wasn't allowed to get vaccinated until very recently. Right? It was only very recently that September 1st was the day that I was allowed to book my vaccine. September 1st, 9 a.m, I booked it. It was actually 8 a.m, I think. Yeah, I'm sure it was 8 a.m. Or at least maybe half an hour before 9 a.m. It was around that time. Basically, before my stream, I got a message and I was like, oh yeah, that's right, I got to book my vaccine. So I did it immediately. And I get my second shot later in the year. In about a month, just over a month's time. So, anyway, when it comes to the vaccine, it's something that because we didn't have many cases here in New Zealand, we're able to roll it out. And honestly, I think that it would have probably been a good idea to maybe vaccinate Auckland first, because we did an age band rollout, and I can kind of get that, but maybe vaccinate maybe we should. It makes sense in countries where you've got a lot of COVID to do an age band rollout. If I was Prime Minister, I'd been like, okay, let's vaccinate Auckland, Christchurch, and Wellington first. I think that's where I know that there's an international airport in Christchurch. There's bound to be one in Auckland, and I'm not sure about Wellington maybe. But basically, vaccinate areas. Try and get as high a vaccination as possible in areas where there are international airports. That way, if there is an infection in the community, then those places will be there's much less likelihood of it spreading out of control, right? That would have been the better way to go. That's my criticism of the way that the government in New Zealand handled the vaccine rollout. But I can understand why we can delay it compared to other countries, because we didn't have all the cases that other countries had. You know, we weren't like America, where half the population not half, but you know what I mean. Like, a lot of the population had gotten it. IMD Fox says high population cities first. Yeah, that also makes sense. I'd go with cities that I'd personally go with cities that have an international airport in them first, because, you know, how much percent of the total population are those cities? Because it's almost the whole country. It does. That is a good point, because I don't think it's. I know Auckland is like a fifth of the whole country. That's just the way that I'd have gone about it. I'd have started with Auckland, then gone, and maybe even start with age bands in those particular cities and then roll out to the rest. I don't know. I just think that it's probably best to start in. Like, obviously, once you have community cases, then you want to get everyone vaccinated. Obviously, or before even community cases, you probably want to get everyone vaccinated. But we are limited. Clive Wells says, Australia and New Zealand has a great opportunity to vaccinate its populations when there were a few cases in the country, but they delayed too long. Yeah. The Delta variant really screwed things up for... Actually, yeah, like, it was... I think it was a large part of it was the international travel that brought COVID into New Zealand, and you had the Delta variant because you had the Delta variant in Australia that was in New South Wales, and it came to New Zealand from there, and yeah, it's one of them things where it is hard to know what should exactly have been done. Oh yeah, and people are getting their boosters, aren't they? I haven't had my vaccine long enough to be able to have a booster, but here's the thing, I'm gonna get my boosters until they're no longer free, because you can guarantee that one day they're just not gonna be free anymore. That's what I'm worried about. I'm really worried that COVID will become endemic. And when you've got a virus that's as deadly as COVID-19, and it's endemic, people will say, oh, it's, whatever percent chance death. Like, that's bullshit. Let's stick with 2%. 2% seems to be the average chance of death that people have, because, you might... sure, there may be people that have immunocompromised... No, not underlying conditions, but, one day you might get an underlying condition, and then you might die from it. So it's about 2%. 2% probability that you'll die from it. That's pretty high. Compared to the flu. 2%. Well, isn't the flu like 0.2 or 0. I think it's 0.2%. That's 10-fold increase. Right? That means that if you get infected every year of your life, you'll probably die from COVID. That's not good chances. I don't want to die before I'm 50. I really don't like the idea of COVID becoming endemic. And what about long-term COVID? That sounds terrifying. It really does. Now, people may say, oh, if you're healthy... I really hate... Okay. Rant time. I really hate this idea of, if you're healthy, you're going to be fine from COVID. You got a lot of people that come along and say, if you're healthy, you're going to be fine. It's like... Tell that to the people that have gotten long-haul symptoms. They were healthy. Now they're not. Right? I really hate this really brain-dead idea of people that are healthy will just, if they get COVID, they'll be fine. Never mind long-term symptoms. Right? Now, I don't know if anyone has ever gotten a flu or a cold, right? I get a cold, or I actually really can't tell the difference at this point whether it's a flu or a cold. People say I'll get something, right? About twice a year I'll get what seems to be a cold, but then it's horrible. But then people are saying, nah, it's just a cold, and it's like, okay. I really don't know. Anyway, but I have had things that are bad. Like, I've had glandular fever once. That was, or at least what I thought was glandular fever. That was not nice. That really wasn't nice. And that was horrible. I would not. I've had whooping cough. That was horrible. It's like people forget that being sick is horrible, right? Have we ever, as a collective society, just forgotten how horrible being sick is? Right? It's not like you get sick and it's like, oh yeah, things are fine. Unless you die, of course. Like, if you die, that's when it's bad. No. If you get sick, then it's horrible. Right? I don't want to get sick. Now, you're saying that, oh yeah, we should just let it become endemic and, we'll have it yearly. Now, I can understand, kind of, having it yearly if you got, like, vaccines and that. But a lot of these people that say, a lot of these people that have led to it becoming yearly and are fine with it being yearly, they don't want to get vaccinated. Anyway, but just getting sick in general is horrible. Now, getting sick in general is horrible. But what about long-term symptoms? Like, if you have COVID for, like, let's say 6 months, that's 6 months that you're out of it. Right? If I got COVID, long-term symptoms, I could probably make a few videos, but I wouldn't be good at making videos. Not to mention that if you get COVID, you can get it again. Are we just forgetting that? Are we just forgetting that? Yeah, you may get COVID, and then you'll get a second round of COVID. Imagine getting long-term COVID and then getting COVID again. Like, wouldn't that be bad? Like, is damage from COVID an underlying condition? Nelsie says, Cult of Dusty just put out a series of public COVID deniers who have died from COVID. I actually need to get Cult of Dusty back on the show. That'd be nice to have him on. Cult of Dusty is cool. I've been following him for years. But yeah, I've had him on before as well. But, yeah, like, are we just forgetting that? Joel Wibard Vinduskam says, I still remember swine flu. That was really awful and I didn't even need to go to hospital. Yeah. Like, I don't like the idea of things becoming endemic. Right? I don't like the idea of COVID becoming endemic, flus becoming endemic, like, all these different things that may... I don't like the idea of measles becoming endemic. Like, imagine endemic measles. Or endemic polio. All of these sound horrible. And the argument of, oh yeah, if you're healthy, you'll be fine. Yeah, if you get your leg chopped off and you're perfectly healthy, you'll be fine. Never mind the fact that you're just missing a leg. You'll be fine, just walk it off. Many people think that you can only get once and then you're protected for life. Yeah, like, it's absolutely brain dead. Like, to think that, oh yeah, you'll get COVID and then you'll be fine, you'll be protected, you won't get it again. Like, that's a brain dead take. Yeah, sure, you won't get it for a while, but you can get it again. And George says, plan will want to play some chess after this. Absolutely, that would be a great way to unwind the stream, actually. Mr. Andret said, I've had pneumonia. It was bad. A bilateral embolism in both lungs nearly killed me. I still have symptoms from that. Yeah, like, the thing is, Okay, here's another brain dead take. People were saying how, pneumonia deaths have dropped, but COVID, and that they're just listing pneumonia deaths as COVID deaths or something like that. And the thing is, do they realize that COVID can cause pneumonia? And if you die because of pneumonia and it's from COVID, that is a COVID death, right? If I shoot you in the foot, right, and you bleed out, that is still a gunshot death. I am sorry, but if you get shot in the foot, and you die, I don't care, I don't care if it's from bleeding out, if it causes, some kind of shock. That is a gunshot death. Yeah, people are just, really brain dead about this. Anyway, let's talk about Nicki Minaj and COVID, because Nicki Minaj has some takes about COVID. Oh yeah, let's talk about swollen testicles, because that is a thing. Alright. Oh wait, here. I actually was going to bring it up on a different tab, but I'll put it here. Alright, so Tucker Carlson decided that he'd defend Nicki Minaj. So let's take a listen to Tucker Carlson.
Oh, he's fine. It's Nicki Minaj's cousin's friend's testicles who are swollen from taking the vax. That's the claim. But it's not anything to do with the physical effect of the vaccine that makes our political class mad. It's the last part of Nicki Minaj's tweet that enrages them. The part where she says you should pray on it, make the decision yourself like a free human being, and, quote, don't be bullied. So our media and public health officials didn't like this because they make their livings bullying people. So they couldn't let it stand.
So that was Tucker Carlson's take on it. And no, that's the reason why people were mad at Nicki Minaj wasn't because she was like, oh, make your own decision. It was that she was promoting misinformation. If I say, right, let's say I promote some misinformation, I don't know, about water, right? I say, or about chemtrails, right? Let's say I say, they're filling up the sky with chemtrails, but I say, make your own decision before you buy my thing to protect you against chemtrails. The anti-5G nets or Faraday cages to protect you from the chemtrails, right? And then I say, make your own decision, but I'm telling you that chemtrails exist. It's kind of like, yeah, but you're promoting misinformation to try and lead me to a conclusion, right? If you're promoting misinformation, then that's a bad thing. It's not so much that I'm saying, oh, make your own decision. It's that I'm promoting misinformation. Anyway, so Nicki Minaj said that Tucker Carlson got it completely right, even though he didn't. And then Hasan says, he's a white nationalist, right? just a thing, saying, Tucker Carlson is Tucker Carlson is a white nationalist, right? And then Nicki Minaj, you can't make this up, says, right, I can't speak to, agree with, even look at someone from a particular political party. People aren't human anymore. If you're black and a Democrat tells you to shove marbles up your ass, you simply have to. If another party tells you to look out for that bus, stand there and get hit. It's very telling that she took the quote, he's a white nationalist, right, to mean, he's a Republican, right? I'm sure there are some Republicans that aren't white nationalists, right? I'm sure that's a thing. But the fact that she equated Republican and white nationalist is just amazing. And the thing is, it's not... I'd have gone... I'd have taken a different route rather than, saying, he's a white nationalist, because, maybe it is possible for people that don't have good takes on one thing to have good takes on another things, right? And I've seen some people that I was like, oh yeah, I agree with that person, and then I realized, holy shit, I disagree with this person. Good example would be, I think it was Draft Science. I vaguely remember seeing a video of his on Ken Wheeler, and he was disagreeing with Ken Wheeler. But then I realized that he had very bad ideas. So I was like, oh, maybe not. But yeah, it's not so much that Republicans. How do I put this? Oh, Second Best Bob says, my neighbor is a famous person. He also has a YouTube channel with millions of subs. All his recent content has been so anti-vax. What is his channel? That'll be interesting. Kerbo Ties says, Tucker doesn't want to say if he's vaxxed, but you have to be to work at Fox. He also said that he wanted to go to Trinidad to talk to a friend. Trinidad needs vax proof for visitors. Yeah, I have made a video where in that video I am clearly poking fun at Tucker Carlson. Clearly. I am playing a character called Pauline Karenson, and was I explicit in saying that it was a Tucker Carlson? Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure I was. But yeah, where it was basically me doing my Tucker Carlson impression. And people said that it was pretty spot on. I don't watch a lot of Tucker Carlson, but it was basically me doing, being like, okay, hello, yeah, I'm Pauline Karenson, and tonight we're going to talk about this, that, and the next thing, and yeah, it was basically my impression of Tucker Carlson from someone that doesn't really watch a lot of Tucker Carlson. And Delay says, hi, YouTube just notified me you're streaming. Maybe it's because your name is Delay and they had to delay the notification. You never know. Obvious Chisholm says, is anyone getting a booster? There's some people in chat that are getting a booster. I don't know when boosters will be available in New Zealand. I don't know, when I'll get one. I'll probably just, get one every... if we're doing boosters, I'll probably get mine, 6 months after, maybe, I don't know. It's hard to tell when I'd need to get a booster. You think it's YouTube being... Yeah, it's probably YouTube being YouTube. YouTube does like to do that. But you know what? Maybe you don't need to get a booster. After all, Michael Flynn is telling... Michael Flynn. Let's take a look. Russell Brand. Wait, your neighbor is Russell Brand? I have actually had a look at his channel a while back, and I was like, maybe I need to make a video on his stuff, because I actually have a playlist. It's got a few. I might show you the playlist. It's called To Debunk, and it's like got a whole lot of videos that I haven't debunked yet. I need to get on that. Anyway, Michael Flynn is telling you how you're going to get your booster shot. Let's take a listen.
I got to put, somebody sent me a thing this morning where they're talking about putting the vaccine into salad dressing or salads. Have you seen this? Yeah.
Why? Just absorb what he said for a second there. Like, firstly, why salads? like, if you want to get people vaccinated, put it into steak. Why not just put it into, seriously, put it into steak,
Yes. Have you seen it? I'm thinking to myself, this is the bizarro world, right? This is definitely the bizarro world. So
I agree. It is a bizarro world where Michael Flynn, who was like a general for Trump, I think, is saying that they're going to put vaccines in salads.
There's the seriousness of what this professional realized he was doing wrong, and he's now, he's found a new way. And then there's the laughability on the other extreme, that these people are seriously thinking about how to impose their will on us in our society, and it's
take away your freedom of choice.
Yeah, the George said made a good point. Not ketchup which Americans put on everything. Salad dressing because so many Americans eat salad. Yeah, like even if we just ignore the absurdity of putting a vaccine into food, right? Putting a vaccine into firstly, putting a vaccine into food is laughable enough, but putting it into a salad? Don't people know that people generally eat meat? If you want to get people vaccinated, you put it into meat. Nobody likes the vegans, right? I suppose some people, some vegans aren't getting vaccinated, but but 90% of people in America eat meat. And basically all Republicans eat meat. Have you seen the things about Biden saying that he wants to reduce the amount of steak or something? And then you got a whole lot of people saying that Biden will not take away my steak. And I was like, dude, he just wants to reduce the amount of meat that people eat. You're literally willing to kill the planet if it means that you can eat steak. Or they're literally willing to kill the planet to own the libs. It's okay. Because steak does have a fair green. Here's the thing, This is a take that a lot of people will disagree with me on. And it's my hot take. Steak doesn't taste all that good. Okay, medium rare steak I do like. I will admit. I do like medium rare steak. But steak, meat isn't I never buy lamb. I never buy lamb. Why? Because I just don't like lamb. I never buy lamb. Like I'll eat pork. I'll eat bacon. Pork is actually really. It's been ages since I had pork. I'll eat bacon. I'll eat ham. I've actually got like some ham in the freezer. But like I just don't like lamb, and steak is, as I said, like steak it can be nice, but like T-bone steak, I don't get the fuss. Like, why do people just seem to have this obsession with steak? I really don't get it. I honestly don't. Yeah, people are saying that they love lamb. I don't get it. Like, it's just meat. I mean, if people want to disagree with me, they can, but I am not a big fan of okay, I mean, some beef can be nice. Like, if you want to talk about mince, yeah, mince beef, that's nice, but it's, to me, like, minced pork is just as nice. Maybe we could switch to sheep. Treating the board says that's the cost of steak that puts me off. And that's fair, like, but I just don't like, it just tastes really generic. I don't know, like, Big Steak has brainwashed everybody into loving steak. And someone says steak went way up in price. Yeah, it's like, I don't get why everyone's so obsessed with, like, as I said, I can understand medium rare steak, right? I can understand that. Like, medium rare steak does taste pretty nice, right? But like, pork is also nice, right? And I only like medium rare steak if it's not on a bone. The George says you got to have steak cooked right. It's got to be marinated and tenderized, and that's fair. Second Best Bob says, I do hope there are no vegans in here. Yeah, I don't ever, okay, here's something that kind of annoys me, right? It kind of annoys, it's a twofold problem, right? I can get people making fun of vegans. I really do. Like, you've got some crazy vegans, like, the vegan teacher lady, like, she's absolutely insane, right? But then you got, like, actual reasonable vegans that make good points, right? Cosmic Skeptic, right? He makes really good points. Now, I both agree and disagree with vegans, right? So the way in which I agree with vegans is we should try and take steps to cut meat out of our diet. That's a thing that I do agree with vegans on, and I think that what we need to do is we need to take steps to try and get rid of meat from the diet by making vegetarian options cheaper, or vegan options cheaper, making vegan options taste as nice as the meat options, because I've tried vegan cheese. It doesn't taste great. It really doesn't. And it's one of them things where it's one of them things where you have some of the vegan options are like really expensive and not practical for. I have been to the supermarket looking for vegan sausages because, you know, I want to try sausages. And there were these sausages that were, I think they're soy-based or maybe bean-based or something. Honestly, bean-based sausages don't taste nearly as nice as regular sausages, I will say that. But like, they were like $6 for a pack of 3 or something. It's like, what? I don't have the money to save the environment that way. Mike71 says my sister is against big farm meat production. Yeah, I can understand that. I actually want to ask Cosmic Skeptic, right, about ethical veganism. No, not ethical. Ethical meat eating. I really do. Because when it comes to, I feel like there are some cases in which you can eat meat or animal products ethically, right? And this is why this is where discussions often turn interesting, because like if I asked a vegan, right, if I ask a vegan, is it okay to eat rabbit? I can guarantee that most of them will flat out say, no, it is not okay, right? But what if the rabbits are destroying an area, right? And you send a whole lot of hunters in to try and get rid of as many rabbits because they're absolutely decimating an area. Is that okay? Possibly, yeah. Like if they're destroying if they're absolutely decimating an area, I'd be fine with rabbits being killed to save that area. It's not a nice, obviously, it's not the greatest thing, but you know, like maybe it's a good idea in some instances. What about if you farm chickens? Like if you've got a chicken farm, it's okay to take their eggs and eat their eggs. Like my parents have a hen house. Is it okay to eat eggs from my parents' place? That's free range chickens. You got vegans that will say, chickens have to, to get egg laying hens, chickens get killed, which is fair. But at the same time, chickens that my mum has, they were going to get killed anyway, so. Delay says one would probably argue that the destruction is only in our human perspective, not a natural one. So we would not be allowed to have a say in the matter. Second Best Bob says, it's possible to eat meat and not be cruel to animals. If we didn't eat meat, would cows and sheep be wild? Yeah. Like, I often default to the point of I think that it is okay to interfere in quote unquote natural goings on, right? If there's an imbalance in the ecosystem. So if you've got a lot of foxes in an area and the foxes are basically eating all of the animals and the animals are having, all the other animals having a bad time because of the foxes. And I think that it's okay to, get rid of some of the foxes to try and let the other animals' populations rebound. I think that's fine. I really do. I don't see an argument against. I don't really see much of an argument against that. It's like the foxes are gonna have bad times anyway. You know, it's like. And the George says that the egg farm is a good point. The eggs would become rotten if not consumed and stored. DeLacy's argument is that we should not exist. That is okay. Like I don't like that. I don't like the idea that humans shouldn't exist. You got a lot of people. You got a lot of people that make this argument that humans are bad, right? Because we've destroyed a lot of the environment. And it is, undoubtedly, humans have destroyed a lot of the environment, right? There's no doubt about it, that humans have been a scourge upon the earth. But, there's other, it's not like we are just destroying the environment. We have done things that other animals wouldn't be able to do for millions of years. And so I think that humans... It's basically what's happened is we've found ways in which we can, create energy, to power our machines. We've multiplied heaps of times to have a population in the billions, and we're trying to give... You know what? Part of the problem is we care about other humans. We want every human to have the same level of accessibility. We want every human to be able to go on their computer and watch YouTube videos. And that's fine. I'm not saying that it's a bad thing. Right? What I'm saying is, to get there with coal power, you're going to have to destroy a lot of... You're going to have to cause global warming if you've got 7 billion humans. But there are ways to go about it that don't involve a whole lot of humans. I think that it's one of them problems where you do have, to produce computers, to produce the electricity, it does take greenhouse gas emissions. There are ways to go about it that don't produce as many, but with the way that a lot of companies do produce the products, greenhouse gases will be emitted. And so I'd say that it's on the companies producing these products to switch away from using greenhouse gases if it is possible for them to. If it's another company that is producing the electricity that another company uses, then it's on the company that actually does the burning, right? But, I think that it's a good thing for us to move away. And we're not necessarily inherently evil for doing that. Humans aren't inherently evil for using greenhouse gases, for producing greenhouse gases. We just saw that, there's this thing that produces electricity. Let's use it. And then later on down the road, you have some people, you had profit motives and all that got in the way. But it's not because humans are evil, it's because you have people that didn't do things, that did things that were in their own best interest rather than the best interest of everyone. Right? Does that make sense? I hope it does make sense. I'm actually gonna show you. I'm actually gonna take a look at the playlist that I've got, because it's probably got some good ideas for YouTube videos. Honestly. to debunk. So this is the playlist that I've got. I did actually debunk one of them. So I actually do used to play this. Hey, let's see. So yeah, you got 3 unavailable videos in. Okay. Anyway, you got this one here I've debunked. He doesn't like what Ray Comfort is saying. I'm not sure that I've debunked that one. I often keep like a whole lot of things in this one. Eighth, yeah, that would be a fun one to debunk actually. The 8th online teaching of the need of light, and you've got. I'm not sure what I'd do to debunk this one. Oh, I actually remember that one. That was like I saw like it's like this weirdly conservative person like. There's this one here. Feminism has been radicalizing people for years, and it's like I watched it and it melted my brain. And then you got this one that I haven't watched, which is vaccine passports. This is where it leads. You've got you got yet again Donald Trump was right. I actually don't think I disagreed with this when I read it. And there's also this one, which is astrology bullshit. We can actually watch one of these right now. I actually... this one here... the Sky News Australia one. I watched it and I was like... nothing was said. It's like this thing where... Donald Trump was vaguely right about something. It's like, this is the... it reminds me of this meme where it's like, lol, nice reach, and it's like the Halo reach thing. It's like... it's like a reach. It's like, Donald Trump was right about this vague thing. It's like, what? Does anyone want to watch the Donald Trump was right? Does anyone want to... Sky News as trailer makes Fox News look centrist. Yeah, well, like who wants? Okay, we've got the Trump video. We've got. Or the feminism. We're going to respond to one of those videos. These have been in my... I might go on... I might do the Russell Brand one like in an upcoming video. Like, make a proper video for Russell Brand. Because Russell Brand is apparently important. Let me create a poll. Which... video should we watch? And I'll give it about 5 minutes. The Donald Trump was right. Feminism people add option both. Let's... Alright. Here we go. We're gonna... Which is... the Donald Trump one is shorter. One is 18 minutes and one is 3 minutes. And the poll has 2 votes. So yeah. Let's see what people... What have we... We've got one person asking, how can Trump ever be right? I mean, you can be right about... Like, a broken clock is right twice a day. Remember that. Now, Donald Trump isn't... Here's the thing. Donald Trump isn't a broken clock. Right. He's a broken cock. I had to make that joke. No, but Donald Trump is a clock that runs slowly, right? So he isn't right twice a day. Donald Trump is... So, I'd say that Donald Trump is more like a clock that runs... Like is behind by, like, an hour and 36 minutes. Not really... Or actually, like, 2 hours and 36 minutes. And runs, like, at 75% speed or something. Like, runs at... No, Donald Trump is like a clock that runs at 90% speed. It's not right twice a day. It's right, like... You know... Yeah. You get my analogy, I hope. Unless it's a digital clock. Yeah, I do like my analogy, like, because like a lot of people used to think of broken clock as right twice a day, but sometimes you'll have a clock that's just 90%. I had one of those clocks. So it was I think it was actually a digital clock, the clock that I had. Or a watch, should I say, where it was like 90% slow. Trump is a clock. That's actually a good one. Trump is a clock designed to display random times, most of which don't actually exist. Yeah, that's Donald Trump in a nutshell. We've got 50% votes for Donald Trump is right, 50% votes for both, no percent votes for feminism radicalizes people, but technically we've got 50% votes for feminism radicalizes people, so looks like we're definitely going to watch the Donald Trump is right one. Trump is a clock that is stuck at 911. Right once a day and still not helpful. Yeah. That's another good analogy. Or you could say like if you use like 1311 or something. And Delay says, my clock runs slow by a small amount. It drifted a few minutes over like 12 months. Yeah, I had one that drifted like a few minutes over like an hour. But clocks will... I mean, you can't get anything perfect. Unless you're like running in like a clock with like cesium atoms or something. Okay, we've currently got 50% for Donald Trump was right. 42% for both, and 8% for feminism radicalizes people. I will say the feminism has been radicalizing people for years. It melts. Like, if you think that this Donald Trump one is going to melt your brain, this one here, like, I was watching it and it was like, I actually... I took me a moment to process, like, what had happened. It's like I can barely remember it. Donnie, what time is it? 25:73 p.m. Yeah, that's a good description. Donald Trump's clock reads 8888. He is a clock that has been cleaned with bleach. What have we got? We've got all the time jokes they heard. I'm confused with what did Kirbotos say? It'll be like, yeah, it was the darkest moment in human history, but I can totally relate, lol. I'm not sure my chat is that I'm seeing on screen is currently really squashed. Like it's I feel like this is gonna be Trump. I feel like this is just gonna be Trump being on the right hand side of the screen. I mean, that would. I mean, yeah, like in. Wait, do they put Trump on the? I wonder if they do put Trump on the right hand side of the screen. Okay, so it's, what I'll do is I'll leave the poll up, right? And if you want, whilst we're watching this video, because like everyone wants Donald Trump, right? And if you want to have watch the feminism radicalizes people, like if it gets up to, right, if we can get the Donald Trump was right down to, let's say 35% of the vote, right? Then we'll watch, or if both gets more than 50% of the vote, then we'll watch the feminism has been radicalizing people for years one, okay? Because people want the Donald Trump was right one.
And quickly to the United States, where yet again, Trump was right. Now, as you know, there have been thousands of people who have decided to make their way across the US-Mexico border, in part because they think the new sheriff in town is rather soft, and I don't just mean in the brain. The assumption is that the Biden administration is much more open-hearted, much more welcoming to dreamers, and any other code names that they give to people who cross the border illegally. You see...
Oh, how's it? I mean, that is a perception that like people just generally have of Democrats. You know, people think that Democrats are just going to. People seem to assume that Democrats are just, going to let have, open borders. That's what people assume Democrats are going to be like, even though that's not necessarily the case. Like, just because Joe Biden isn't doesn't mean that he's going to completely open the borders. But
in Australia, we know the difference between legal immigration, which most people have either a direct family connection to or all of us understand the value of, but we also have a very hard stance when it comes to illegal immigration. You see, put simply, the number of illegal immigrants who enter any one country make it harder to create spaces for legal immigrants. It's not a crazy concept.
Wait, so illegal immigrants entering a country make it harder to create spaces for legal immigrants. How? Like, is it because they take jobs? Is that what you're getting at? Like, there was that, if illegal immigrants coming into a country and taking jobs is if that is an issue, then the solution there is to just, raise minimum wage. That is, like, if you raise minimum wage, that actually incentivizes your average person to, like, your average native person in the country to be hired.
But it's one that the left thought that was on their side. Remember, when Kamala Harris was just freshly elected as the vice president, and she was part of that new broom who wanted to offer hope to people in southern and central America that there was a new sheriff in town and they care.
They don't want to leave the place where they grew up, where they speak the language, where they know the culture, the place where they're from, the place that is home. Most people don't want to leave home. My take on it is that we've got to, understanding that, we have to give people some sense of hope.
Whatever that means.
I'm wondering, I can't remember exactly how this went, but is he going to be... So he's talking about how the left will praise Kamala and demonize Trump. Who is president? Paul Murray. Can you tell me who the US president is? Or are your brains just as melted as Joe Biden's? Oh, because I'll tell you, Kamala Harris is not president.
Well, fast forward when Kamala Harris ended up being the person who the current President Biden made totally responsible for trying to deal with the problems at the southern border, where thousands of people are literally, other things, throwing kids over the fence.
Hold on. Maybe it just made my point invalid.
Who the current President Biden made... Kamala Harris ended up being the person who the current President Biden made totally responsible for trying to deal with the problems at the southern border, where thousands of people are literally, among other things, throwing kids over the fences, over the wall with the...
Is she... Let me check. I'm just going to make sure. Who's responsible? The border. US. Wait, so, hold on, wait, hold on. Kamala Harris border. I can see things hold on. I see things of how Kamala Harris is set to visit the border. Yeah, there's stuff about how she's going to visit the border. That's not the same thing as... I am real... I'll need to get people... I seriously would need people to help me with this, because I'm not sure if Kamala Harris is is at the border. In charge. Okay. mean, Kamala Harris says, what was this? This is June. This is July. Yeah, it says Vice President Kamala Harris released a sweeping strategy on Thursday to reduce the root causes of migration amid the recent surge in illegal US-Mexico border crossings. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't seem... Hold on, hold on, maybe this... What is Kamala Harris in charge of? Okay. Central politics. Kamala Harris is taking on the migration issue, but staying away from the border. Okay, so this is from okay. Let Harris take on the immigration crisis, one of the administration's biggest headaches. Why's my hair going into my mouth? Okay, so it seems that Biden has let Kamala Harris. Okay, there we go. Now we know. Thank you, Google, for taking ages to tell me the thing that I wanted to know. Google can be annoying at times. All right, here we go.
Beautiful little door to be able to get into the United States. So in her first visit out of the United States as the Vice President and inevitable President, because as if Joe's going to make 4 years, she was in Guatemala today, where the message, well, seemed a little more like John Howard than Bernie Sanders.
I want to be clear to folks in this region who are thinking about making that dangerous trek to the United States-Mexico border. Do not come. Do not come. The United States will continue to enforce our laws and secure our border. There are legal methods by which migration can and should occur. But we, as one of our priorities, will discourage illegal migration. And I believe if you come to our border, you will be turned back.
You mean there's a difference between legal and illegal immigration?
Yeah, it's something that everyone knows. But what are you going to say about it?
Who said that?
Now is the time for Congress to show the world that America is committed to ending illegal immigration and putting the ruthless coyotes, cartels, drug dealers, and human traffickers out of business.
I don't know who this guy is, but why does he look like he's melting? Why does it look like his... Like, why is it that a lot of these people in suits, they look as though their suit was, like, 2 sizes too small? And they just look as though they're melting. I don't know.
Business.
That was the speech where, of course, that crazy lady, Nancy Pelosi, tore up that speech, a speech which now reflects exactly what Kamala Harris is now saying to people in Central America. And because at that point she thought she might end up being president, but ended up pulling out of the Democratic primary before a single person had voted, this was Kamala Harris and her reaction at the time. The sourpuss, cat lips, just...
Like a vagina. Oh, yeah. So, like, the thing is... This isn't the Donald Trump was right that I was expecting. I honestly wasn't expecting that. Yeah, but Delay, you're right. Basically, Trump mischaracterized illegal immigration, therefore Kamala and Trump are therefore Trump was right. That's not how it works. Like, if I say for once a flat earther was right, and I get a flat earther saying something like, I don't know, gravity exists. Yeah. And? Or if I get them saying something like, the second law of thermodynamics is a law, and I say that a flat earther is right because of that. Yeah, but that's not a thing that is hard to be wrong about. Like, Trump was right that there's a difference between legal and illegal immigration. No one was saying that. At best, you'd have some people that would say, like, the argument that was made by the left was that most illegal immigrants are people that came here legally and have overstayed their visas, right? That's what most of the illegal immigrants were. Is people overstaying visas. And most of Trump's characterization was, we're going to build a wall. It will be the greatest wall ever created. And whereas you had a lot of people that were saying, well, most of the people that come here illegally are from overstaying visas. Sure, some people will go on the wall, but most people that come here illegally come through legal ports of entry and just overstay their visas. That's and then you've also got DACA recipients, which DACA recipients, they might have had parents that came here illegally, right? And then they were born in America. Well, I say here. I mean over to me. Politics is so Americanized that everyone just assumes that we're in America. So people went over to America illegally, and then they had kids in America, and then the kids are eligible for DACA because, they were born in America, or maybe they brought kids over, and it's like, all the kids have known is America. That's all that they've known. So, And Joel Webbard says, I think the reporter called Dreamers illegal, so he might not... Oh yeah, aren't Dreamers the DACA recipients? You want to see the comments on the video? And you got Larry Farris saying, ever since Biden took office, it's been the left's time to shine, and nothing has shined brighter than their hypocrisy. And I'll admit, Biden has been somewhat hypocritical, but it just goes to show that maybe the Democrats aren't as socialist as Marjorie Taylor Greene makes them out to be. And it's weird that at the beginning of Trump's presidency, there was an interview with an ICE supervisor who broke down the basics of any security project. Step 1 being to install a physical obstacle to deter or slow down potential intruders. Yet people were so ignorant at the miles of gaps at the border that they believed a difficult to scale wall would be useless. Yeah, it is. So you do realize that people could just dig under a... Pretty sure DACA kids were born outside of USA but were brought here as minors. That might be the case. It sounded like Trump. It sounded like Trump was addressing the drug smuggling. Kamala sounded like she was. Yeah, that was it. That is a good point. Yeah, two different. Yeah, it does sound like two different issues. Yeah, but like, here's the thing. Building a wall is going to be useless because you can build... Like, people are thinking, oh, you know, you're not going to be able to scale this wall. It's like, yep, just dig under it. You know? You don't think that people aren't going to just, you know, place bombs at the wall and just blow a hole through it? Are you really going to surveil all of the wall and make sure... surveillance on all the wall to make sure no one blows a hole through it? You'd be better off installing security cameras along the border. You know, like, it's... And then you got, when America is finally in ruins, then America will realize they are being deceived by their media. Oh, you mean Fox? Fox, quote-unquote, news. And then you got one person saying, it's very sad that as an American I have to watch foreign news to know what is going on in my country. The media in the US is so corrupt and skewed in one way. They lie about everything. Yeah, you're not going to get that from Sky News, buddy. As they say, it's not so easy to be a clown when you run the circus. I'm not sure how to respond to that. It's just, there's nothing there. And you got, don't be surprised that Trump is right again. He is a businessman, not a politician. It was the most basic thing. Like, I'm not surprised that... The reason why I'm not surprised that Trump was right there is because if he was wrong, that would be an accomplishment in and of itself. Fox not legally not a news station news. Yeah. Yeah, like, I'd be surprised. Like, it would be astonishing if Trump got that wrong. And then they say, you know, it's bad when you live here and have to get your news from Australia. And then, you know, it's bad when people start getting butt hurt because you said biased media exists. Yeah, the thing is, the reason why people are pointing out that, the reason why people are quote-unquote butthurt, right, is because you're commenting that you're getting your news from a biased media outlet. Like, Sky News Australia is so damn biased. Like, just... It is ironic that people are saying, I need to get my news from an Australian news outlet because the news here in America is too biased. I need to get my news from Sky News Australia. So the news in America is way too biased for you, but a really obviously biased news outlet in Australia is just what you need? It's peak irony. You cannot satirize these people because it's peak irony. And then one person says, in other news, studies show humans need air to breathe. Yeah, it's one of the things where I don't know if this is I don't know if this is someone commenting against or in favor of it. It's one of the things where, like, what Trump said was, like, obvious. Yeah, it was right. There is a difference between illegal and legal immigrants, but it's pointless to point that out. She says it like it's not her decision, preference, or fault. I believe if you come to our border, you'll be turned back. I'm not sure. Like, yeah, it's one of them things where she could... Well, I suppose it's one of them things where it's like, do not come to our border because there are still bad things here, you know? That kind of stuff. You know. And then you got one person saying, real Americans love Trump. People who don't like working or taking responsibilities for their own actions dislike him, miss him every day. I find it funny how apparently everyone on the left hates working, yet what is the unemployment rate in America? Apparently everyone on the left hates working, yet the unemployment rate, like... Didn't Trump get it down to like 3%? Like, really low? Unemployment rate America. In December of 2020, it was at 6.7. Oh, it says here in August 2021, the national unemployment rate was at 5.2%. Yeah, but apparently the left hates working. Anyway, with 27 votes, we got 33% for Donald Trump was right, 11% for and yeah, so both conditions were fulfilled. We've got, so we'll watch both. Okay, I'll end that poll. And then after we watch this one, I'll play a game of chess with George said if George said is still around. Alright, so how's
Feminism.
So how has feminism been radicalizing people for years? Let's see. Let's think before you sleep channel, which turns everyone's brains. Everyone, Nelsie is right. Everyone hates work, right? The people that there are a few people that do like working, right? And that's fair. Like I think that you should be allowed to. I think that you should be allowed to work if you want to. I also think that you shouldn't have to. I also think that if you're unable to find work, that you shouldn't die. That's just my opinion. And I have had discussions with people recently that literally thought that if you that basically say work or starve, and I'm like, that's bad. They went beyond that though. So yeah, that was a really bad I really disagree with that idea. Hold on, I think someone just knocked on my door. They knocked on someone else's door. Chris Durham says, "I'm a musician. I enjoy I enjoy working on my game. Like that is fun. Like it is really fun to work on Flurfia. It can be a drag at times. I've been working on script recently. That's been a drag. It's trying to come up with like different lines of dialogue. It's like I know where I want it. I kind of know where I want it to go, but it's like getting from point A to B can be difficult, you know. One person says, if an immigrant without residence or the ability to speak your language can take your job, then you suck at it. Yeah, that is true. Alright, so it's
Feminism has become something of a dirty word in certain circles. There's even a
True.
group called Women Against Feminism.
But what are these women really saying when they declare they aren't feminists?
What they think they're saying is, I don't hate men, I love men.
Hating men and being a feminist are actually not connected at all. Not even a little bit.
So that is... that is correct. There are a lot of people that assume that feminism is about hating men, right? And a lot of people completely ignore the sort of feminists that say, well, we want to address men's issues as well as women's issues. It's a lot of people just completely ignore that. In fact, you listen to, I think it was Big Red, is as unbearable as she is to listen to it at times. She can make points. She has made points. I think it was Big Red. She has made points about, you know, men's face issues that feminism tries to address, like toxic masculinity, for example. This is an issue that feminism wants to address that will help men. You know, if masculinity wasn't so... If we managed to get rid of the toxic elements... If we managed to get rid of the toxic elements of masculinity, then, you know, you'd see a whole lot of issues with men being violent, seen as being more violent, go down. You know, a whole lot of these issues where men... Well, if you got rid of a lot of the toxic aspects of masculinity, you know, you'd have rates of men being more violent go down, which means that men would be seen as less violent, meaning that they'd be less likely to get higher prison sentences for the same crime as females. You know. The one since says, we coined the term feminazi here for those who overshoot the concept of feminism and demand that men should be impressed. Yeah, and here's the thing, I do think that there are some people that do go a bit too far. You know, like, if you say that men should be impressed, well, no, fuck that. We should have equal rights for everyone, right? And there are people that say, you know, what is it? If men should have to suffer for all the years that they've oppressed women. It's like, well, I haven't oppressed women. It wasn't me that was doing it. It was other people. Maybe be more intersectional, is what I'm saying. And IMD Fox says, did you see the interview with Judge Judy? And the interviewer said something like, it's great you got so far despite being a woman, or something like that. I can't remember. I can't remember I do vaguely remember seeing it. Yeah, I vaguely remember seeing it.
If I could laugh at that last statement believably, I would.
Oh, and it says, with I Hate Men, a French feminist touches a nerve. Pauline Harmange is adjusting to success and backlash of her debut book, one of a handful of titles from France that suggest a more frank approach to sexism and gender violence. Okay, here's the thing. A lot of people... Now, I haven't read the book I Hate Men, right? But I'd be willing to bet about $5 because it might be that she actually does hate men. I'd be willing to bet that the title of the book is meant to be provocative, because that's how you get people engaged, or That's how you get press, right? If you make something provocative, you get press, right? Like, if I search "I hate men," let's see. That's New York Times. So it says a bisexual blogger from Lily has written an incendiary polemic against men that's all smoke and no fire, says Katie Law. That's... And it says, so this thing here is I hate men by Pauline Harman's review. Men are trash, but I married one. I mean, yeah, if she's bisexual, then she probably doesn't hate men. It's probably... Yeah, it says... Yeah, so I'm looking at this here, and it just... it seems like it's one of them things where... Like, the criticism is... There are criticisms that are warranted, but... Most people will look at the title and go, you just hate men, whereas just not looking at the nuance. Yeah, I don't think that... Okay. I don't think that men should be ashamed of being men. I really disagree with that. Like, I really don't think that men should be ashamed for being men. I think that you can be a good person and be a man. I do. I think that there are just toxic elements of masculinity that a lot of people conform to that maybe should be pushed back against more. Like, I don't think that people are necessarily bad people because they conform to society, right? Like, women, like, for example, let's take, for example, people that... Okay. What about the politician getting roasted for using the term mansplaining in a council meeting? Yeah, there's... I haven't seen that one. I know I've seen the Judge Judy one, but I just can't remember how it went. But, what was... Yeah, let's take back in segregation. Should we have said that the black people who conformed to segregation were bad people? No, of course not. They were being oppressed by the segregation, right? And so we can't say that just because they conform to it, that means that they're bad. No! Just because someone conforms to something doesn't mean that they're bad. Right, you know, men that conform to masculinity, which can be toxic at times, aren't necessarily bad. Because, as many feminists will point out, men that conform to toxic masculinity is kind of or to versions of masculinity that are toxic, because that's expected of them. I mean, somewhat, it can be interpreted as them being oppressed by that. Because, you know, some people that conform to it, they don't want to be masculine. It's the way that they get by, because otherwise they get bullied and shit on for it, you know? To be a good person, you need a PhD. I don't... maybe. Maybe to be good at something, you need a PhD.
It's really tough for me to believe that there aren't a vast amount of man-haters in feminism when the term straight white male is a bad word to them. Now,
straight white male is... So, there's a reason why people use that term straight white male. And I find that it's quite often used to describe someone with privilege, right? Because, you know, white people tend to have privilege, straight people tend to have privilege, and men tend to have privilege. See, it's kind of the epitome of privilege. Now, I feel like there should be another term added to that. Rich straight white male. Now, that is the epitome of privilege, right? D-Lay says, why does that voice seem familiar to me? I don't know. It says think before you sleep. I don't know if there's any... I don't know if... I do not know if there is... I don't know if there's any more information than what is here. What else is here? But yeah, like... Then the reason why, like, a lot of people miss out the rich thing is because, like, theoretically, you can change whether you're rich. Right? And the one sense is it's not the guy from Wendover. Yeah. Like, if it was the guy from Wendover, I'd be very, 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 very shocked. I'd be like, what? Does sound similar, though.
Based on what we see in mainstream media, it seems to me like people have gotten flat-out amnesia for things that just happened a few years ago. So I figured I would refresh people's memories with an old Huffington Post video. This one is from 2015, which to me feels like just yesterday. A video that...
Yeah, it's because... The reason why this video from 2015 feels like just yesterday to him is because he's stuck in 2016, so of course it feels like it's from just yesterday. But when you think about it, it's 5 years ago, almost 6 years ago. And then Delay says, that being said, taboo conspiracy sounds similar to minute physics to me, so... IMD Fox says, I think there's still a traditional pressure of a man being the one to provide for his family, to do the worst jobs to do, like pay for both portions of... Yeah, that is true, right? And it's one of them things where I have been in relationships where I've been the poor person in the relationship, right? And it feels a little bit weird, but it's like one of the things where it's like it feels weird to be the one that's more provided for, if you know what I mean. Whereas it shouldn't. Like, generally, I try and provide as much as I can for myself. And there's one relationship that I was in where the other person provided for me a bit. And it was like, it just didn't fully feel right, even though, like, that's the sort of thing that has been happening for years. If you know what I mean? Like, but it's usually for women that... Usually, women get the benefits of that. I say benefits, but then there are bad things in that. But, like, you know, like, when it comes to dates, like, there's been relationships where I was mostly paying for the dates. There was... Yeah, I think there's one relationship where I paid for every date. I do know that for like a couple of people that I was with, I mostly paid for the dates. Zio says it's human nature. Since the dawn of time, men were always the provider. But why? Is it because women got pregnant? Is that why? And so when you're pregnant, you can't really go around hunting. It doesn't have to be that way. Like we're no longer. People can do what they want, right? Women can be the provider if they want. That's just because it's human nature doesn't mean that it's a thing that Anyway, I'll continue on.
That, by the way, never gets to one of its major points. They made an assertion about women who don't want to be called feminist and what they are really saying. However, during the entire 2-minute scripted video, they never told us what women are really saying when they don't want to be called feminists. Are we supposed to think that the Huffington Post is full of intelligent...
Wait, hold on. Didn't they say... What? I remember them saying... women that don't want to be called feminists, they're saying... I specifically... Hold on, we're about a minute in.
Saying when they declare they aren't feminist. But what are these women really saying when they declare they aren't feminists?
What they think they're saying is, I don't hate men, I love men.
Hating men and being a feminist are actually not connected.
Oh, so it's this thing where they say what they think they're saying is this. Maybe he has poor interpretive skills. Maybe probably what their point is that they're saying that they don't. What they're really saying is they don't understand feminism, which is understandable. And Nelsie says, in hunter-gatherer societies, the gatherer provides the majority of the food. Man is the provider, is the myth. Yeah, like I can also understand, like, I can understand when a woman is pregnant being provided for by the man, but like, we're not in a society where like 50% of your babies are just gonna die immediately upon birth. We don't live in those times anymore. We live in a society where the child mortality rate is much lower. So anyway,
2-minute scripted video, they never told us what women are really saying when they don't want to be called feminists. Are we supposed to think that the Huffington Post is full of intelligent people when they can't even hold a point for 2 minutes in a scripted video? I want to know what these women are really saying, because it sounds to me like you are...
Maybe Think Before You Sleep isn't able to read between lines, to extrapolate a point.
Making this video to shame them while simultaneously not addressing any of their arguments. That doesn't solve any of the problems that you are claiming to solve. All it does is create radicals. Radicals are people who will do insane things because they believe things that aren't true, and radicals are present in every ideology.
Yeah, so maybe we shouldn't define ideologies of radical people. Defining feminism off of the radical feminists. Like, here's the thing, I do not define feminism based off of TERFs. In fact, I actually prefer to call TERFs farts, because fart stands for feminism appropriating radical transphobe, right? That's more apt description. But even if you do consider TERFs to be feminists, I'm not going to define feminism off of TERFs. Although it might be a good way to get conservatives on board with TERFs. Not TERFs, with trans issues. Although they would probably side with the TERFs. Or not, some of them would anyway. Like, I remember back when I think Shu started making videos on terrorists, I was like, oh, maybe the anti-SJWs will be on board with anti-turf stuff, but turns out that they didn't quite work that way.
One of the ways you can tell you're following a good belief set is they will call out their radicals and try to mitigate their destructive behaviors.
Okay. Conservatives, call out your radicals. Wait, doesn't the left, like, do all this infighting all the time? Like, isn't, like, it a meme that the left's not you... Where, like... I just find it funny. Like, this guy sounds like he's probably... Maybe he's an enlightened... Maybe he's an enlightened centrist. Yeah, like... It is a radical that gets the screen time, you know? And wasn't, like, a big thing that a lot of people on the left were, like, calling out all the feminists, and that's, like, a large portion of why everyone hated Hillary. I feel like this guy doesn't remember things that well. Like, I know that, what's his name? TJ Kirk, I'm blocked by on Twitter, by the way. He called out a lot. I think he's a big reason for a lot of the anti-SJW movement, and seems left. I don't know.
However, the Huffington Post, as well as other outlets like them, seem to straight up empower their radicals by gaslighting their followers and pretending that their radicals don't exist. I'll get to the examples, but first, if you like the content you...
It's not that they're... You're distracted by the person... Are you talking about me? Man, you... The thing is, it's... A lot of it is trying to cut... When he's talking about gaslighting, it's not so much that, because, like... It's not that they're trying to gaslight people and pretend that the radicals don't exist. They're trying to cut through the bullshit and say that this is what this is, rather than being like, oh yeah, so these people they don't exist. You know, these people, they're not right. We disown them. And more of trying to be like, yeah, this is what this thing actually is. That's... But a lot of... Like, they're not YouTubers. Like, the Huffington Post are not YouTubers. They don't have to call out everybody that they disagree with.
See on this channel, then consider making a donation. One of the best ways to keep your favorite content creators in business is viewer support, so your help is highly appreciated.
He makes a really good point. If you want to keep your favorite creators like me in business, super chat. Oh, the guy in the navy blue jacket in the crowd. I must have missed that. Okay, yeah, I vaguely... I can kind of see him in the preview thing. Yeah, see, he makes a good point. This is what I'm going to do from now on. Like, Ken Wheeler gave me a great idea. Whenever someone shills themselves, or whenever someone asks for support, and I'm responding to their video, I'm just going to be like, yeah, they make a good point. You know, you can support me.
Links to my PayPal, Patreon, and Subscribestar pages can all be found in the description. And also, don't forget to support me on Alt Tech. You can find the links to my Minds page and BitChute channel in the description as well. So speaking of gaslighting, take a look at this.
But what are these women really saying when they declare they aren't feminists?
What they think they're saying is,
I don't think women are better than men. I don't want to put women above men.
Really? Feminists don't think that women are better than men?
So, did I completely miss the point there? Hold on. Who just missed the point? I think he just completely missed the point. Like, isn't it what they're saying is they don't... It sounds like what they're saying, what these people in the Huffington Post were saying was that people that say that they aren't feminists, what they think they're saying is, I don't think that women are better than men. I don't want to put... Hold on, let me go back. Like, this person gaslighting? Am I reaching peak irony in the stream?
Really saying when they declare they aren't feminists.
what they think they're saying is,
I don't think women are better than men. I don't want to put women above men.
Really?
Yeah, like, he's trying to ironically, he's gaslighting. But anyway, make your point.
Feminists don't think that women are better than men? Then why do they keep saying that the future is female because women are better leaders? They've been saying that for more than a decade. This is like someone shouting, "Hey, the sky is blue," and then Huffington Post...
So sometimes you'll hear people say the future is female, and yeah, you will hear people say that you will hear people praise female leaders quite often, right? Like especially when it came to the pandemic, you had these memes where it's like notice the difference, and it had like Boris Johnson and all that. Like it had like Boris Johnson, Donald Trump. I think it had Bolsonaro, guy who runs Italy, and all that. And then it had on the bottom, it had like Jacinda Ardern. I think maybe Angela Merkel, maybe. I don't know, but anyway, it said, notice a pattern? And it's like, well, yeah, that's very selective. You know, like, what about Scott Morrison? Like, even though I don't agree with Scott... Even though I don't like Scott Morrison, I don't like Scott Morrison. No, like, that might have been a meme, but it's more just showing that, you know, women can do good jobs. That's what I interpret it. Everything is interpretative, you know? And, you know, maybe there might be some qualities of femininity that might be better for leadership. And, you know, so Adam L says women are better leaders. Yeah, like, it might be that females are just better leaders. It might not be. We don't know. And so it's one of them things where it's like, you know, we might as well give them a shot at leading, right? What's the worst that's going to happen? I wouldn't go I personally wouldn't go as far to say that, you know, like, I wouldn't go as far to say that women definitely would be better leaders. I think that it really comes down to the policies, honestly. Like, I think that... Like, do I think that Hillary Clinton would have done better than Trump? Probably. I mean, when it comes to coronavirus, undoubtedly, yeah. Like, I think that Hillary would have done better than Trump. Like, that's quite obvious. But when it comes to other issues, maybe not. Hard to tell. We didn't have Hillary Clinton as president, so, you know. And Trump did a lot of... Trump did some stuff that Hillary wouldn't have been able to do because, you know, it's easy for a Republican to do things on gun laws because whenever Democrats do anything on gun laws, then everyone hates. Quantum Degrees says some women are better leaders, some aren't. Same goes for men. Yeah. And that's precisely the case. You know, some men are good leaders, some women are good leaders, some men are bad leaders, some women are bad leaders. You know, like it's you know, you got good and bad on both sides. Okay. Lewanson says, "Come on, a chicken would have been better than Trump." Yeah, true. But that's a chicken, though, not Hillary Clinton. You know, like, there's a difference between a chicken and Hillary Clinton, so you got to keep that in mind. I'm not a big fan of Hillary, although I do think she would have done better than Trump. So yeah, like, maybe it's a good thing to have more feminine representation in things. Adam L says, we men are skeptical while ladies are caring. I disagree with that. I think that women can be skeptical as well as men. I think that both men and women can be skeptical. It's just the degree to which you are skeptical, right? Because, you know, sometimes people overdo the skepticism, and that can be a bad thing. But it can be a good thing to also be skeptical, right? Like, if you're skeptical of, you know, I wouldn't want someone in office who is, I wouldn't want someone in office who is skeptical that Earth is a globe, you know? But at the same time, I wouldn't want someone in office who thinks that numerology is a thing, right? You know, I wouldn't want. So, you know, like, if someone is IMD Fox says, as long as they all do their hierarchy research, it's good. Oh yeah, you need to do hierarchy research. Yeah, I just think that, you know, people can be skeptical. I think that skepticism is I actually think that skepticism is a good trait to have. I really do. But as long as it's employed rationally, is what I'd say. You know, if you just be like, oh yeah, I'm skeptical, like, what's his name? Lewanson says, if men are skeptical, why are so many flirts and evangelists and creationist men? Yeah. Adam L says, lady skepticism ends at someone's hurt. That is again a generalization. Like, there are societal norms that, you know, that a lot of people. And there are people that, even when someone is hurt, they don't, like, have you ever been told, I have been told by females to man up. Like, yeah, like, women aren't always as caring as they're made out to be. I have been told by women to man up, so yeah, they're not always caring. It depends on the individual, so there we go.
Says, what are you talking about? The sky is not blue. The claim that these ladies made is literally one of the easiest things to debunk.
I mean, what was the point about the sky being blue? Hold on.
They've been saying that for more than a decade. This is like someone shouting, hey, the sky is blue. And then Huffington Post says, what are you talking about? The sky is not blue. The claim that...
Well, actually, What if I said the sky is red? Right? When someone says, what are you talking about? The sky is not red, it's blue. Right? This is more like someone saying the sky is red, and then like this person coming along saying, this person is crazy, or me saying the sky is orange, and this person coming along going, this person is crazy, the sky isn't orange, it's blue. And it's like, well, you know, and then he goes, you know, all these people thinking the sky is orange, and so many people, and it's like, well, actually, like, sky is orange at times. Right? I mean, the sky, I look outside and the sky is grey, and in this photo, the sky is more grey. What's he talking about? The sky can be different colours.
That these ladies made is literally one of the easiest things to debunk. I guess they forgot about the thousands of mainstream news reports saying that women are smarter than men, women can multitask better, they're healthier. If you spend about 10 seconds...
Well, it's one of them things where there's a lot of data on these things, but data is easily misinterpreted, right? Like, I think there's like a bell curve, and it like shows that. I think there's like a bell curve, and the peaks of the bell curves are basically at the same, but the edges of the bell curve are no, I think it might be higher for women or lower. I can't remember. I think it's higher for women, which means that generally women are the same smart, have the same intelligence as men, but you've got at the extremes you got more women that are the extremes you got more intelligent women, but then at the extremes you got more stupid women, right? That would be the way that the bell curve. That would be what the bell curve would show, if I remember correctly. I may be wrong about that though. And it's like you're using an opinion piece. That is an opinion piece. Like, why are you going to the opinion section? Like, seriously, who pays attention to the opinion section of The Guardian? Like, really? I don't. From 3 years ago. Like, can you not find something that's like a year old? Like, surely somewhere out there there'd be something that would be a year old. If you cannot find something that is a year old, then maybe the perception of feminism has changed since then.
Googling, you can easily find fantastic articles like this.
Also, they try and make a case for this. They say from washing up to driving to major operations, we're evidently more competent than men because patriarchy has forced us to be. Like, it's one of them things where it's like, there's a case to be made there. They might be wrong. And hey, if they're right, then what's the problem, right? Maybe actually try focusing, like, if you maybe focus on the claim that, claim. Like, I'd like to see someone take on the claim that women are superior to men and say, well, actually, this is what the data shows. Like, you know?
Written by a mainstream news source, The Guardian, called Obama.
In the opinion section. You're getting this from the opinion section from 2017.
Is right. Women are superior to men. Let me count the ways. The article starts, as a lifelong feminist, then it goes on to say that women are basically...
What did it... Hold on, what did it
The
say?
article starts, as a
lifelong feminist, I've always balked at the idea that women might be better than men because it perpetrates the myth that women and men are polar opposites, and that our skills or lack of them is to do with innate qualities rather than as a result of socialization of opportunity. The particular... Oh! So, here's the thing. She's not saying... He completely missed. So, she's not saying that women are inherently better than men, right? She's saying that women are better than men because they have to get the job, for example. They need to be better. And yeah, you know what? What about the Activision Blizzard stuff? Activision Blizzard, right? The women there are clearly doing more work than the men, so she has a point. What else?
A lifelong feminist. Then it goes on to say that women are basically better than men at everything, including...
So they go say, let's actually read this. While men love to brag about boys' food, meaning massive burgers and slabs of greasy proteins, women are more likely to have the recommended 5 a day. I would hazard a guess that those men sucking up the carrot juice and quinoa as opposed to burger and chips do so because women prepare it. I don't like that. I'll admit, but you know, I feel like that's worded too emotively, and it's like, I don't think. I think that I actually think. So I think that that's perpetrating more toxic things. All men are the same. I don't like that. But I'd actually hazard a guess that the people that do the carrot juice and quinoa probably make it themselves, right? Probably. And that they say, continue to say, I hear some men cry over the sound of scraping at the bottom of a barrel. I hear some men cry over this. I thought they were going to talk about the sound. We are better at DIY than you are. But even men's practical skills are just diminishing as they get lazier and more complacent. A survey carried out by a bathroom firm found that women are increasingly likely to get on with tasks such as fixing a leaky tap, fixing a toilet, hanging wallpaper, and sealing windows rather than hanging around waiting for the man of the house to drain his lager, switch off the football, and move his backside into action. Again, I don't like the emotive language here, but she has a point. She's citing surveys. Oh, it's got sources. But the sources are oh, here we go. Yeah, so it says that women even fare better in jobs traditionally thought as for the boys. A study published linking to studies found that women make better surgeons than their male counterparts. We beat men at raising money from crowdfunding, which is just as well because we are paid less for doing the same job. A report published in Fortune found that globally women are more successful than men in reaching funding targets. In terms of self-care, we even do that better. More than 53% of women will talk through problems with friends compared to only 29% of men. Yeah, that is... I can see that. I actually had a friend the other day, and they were going through a tough time. I was like, you want a hug? And they're like, I'm not gay. I'm like, it wasn't a gay thing. It was like, you are clearly upset. You know, like, I wasn't attracted to this guy in any way. I'm not gay. It's just that they're upset. It's like, you know, if someone's upset, I don't care if you're male or female. If you're upset, I will offer you a hug. Because that's just what I do. And women are much safer and therefore more skilled drivers, causing... I disagree with this, and therefore more skilled. Right? Kind of maybe. Like, it's like playing XCOM, right? If you play XCOM safely, it doesn't mean that you're more skilled at it. Right? Causing fewer accidents and being more likely to survive a serious crash. We are least likely to abandon our children, therefore make better parents. Yeah, like, this is understandable. Coral Castle says, can we discuss the perturbation of field modalities for fuck's sake? Adam L says, I give a hug to upset people. Like, I've got a question for you, Adam L. Do you give a hug to people who are upset, or do you give a hug to make people upset? I have to make sure, I have to clarify. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with being... Yeah, if I was being gay, I'd be nothing wrong with it, you know? But I'm not gay, and, you know, I'll give people a hug because, you know, I want to make people feel happy. And everyone was upset, so I was like, you know, I'll give this... And then I gave a hug to, like, later on, to someone else, so... who was upset earlier, but they were no longer upset when I gave them a hug, so... That was more of a leaving hug, though. You know, I was leaving to go home. But yeah, I mean, this is... They make... You do hug... Happy, let me hug you, yes. They've got a point here, right? Like, sure, I don't like the language that's being used. But, you know, like, they do have a point.
Fixing stuff. Read it for yourself. It's in the description. And don't forget commercials like this. There are tons of these out there.
Girls.
I did read it, and it makes a good point. It's not like this is actually pretty, for an opinion piece. It's pretty good. I was expecting it to just be a garbage opinion piece, but like it's actually like fairly good.
Brains develop faster than boys. They speak before boys do. They read before boys do.
I think like they've got a point here as well. Like I do know that, like, I think pretty sure girls mature faster than guys. I think they do. I may be wrong about that, or at least that's what's perceived to be the case. Like, because you know, it sometimes looks to be like that based on like people that I've seen that are like, you got females that are like 14 and they seem to be far more mature than boys that are 14. It's like, because boys that are 14 maybe. And Coral Castle says, by the way, your channel rocks, bro. Get not lol. A couple of your videos are absolute legend. Thank you. And Delay says, it's also important to discern between what is meant to be provocative and what is meant to be real information. Yeah, because sometimes it's... sometimes something is provocative, like the whole thing about the I hate men thing. That's provocative, right? But this thing, like the title, yeah, the title may be provocative, but it makes some good points. And it's not saying that there's an inherent difference. It's just saying, like, it's just that women. It's just that women are more likely. They're making the point that men have gotten more complacent. That's what they're saying. Adam L said, I'm not gay, but I want to make people feel supported. Yeah. And Quantum Degrees says, at work I sometimes ask sarcastically if one needs a hug if they're pissed about one thing or another. I have to be careful though. Sometimes they'll hug me and whisper sweet nothings into my ear. I am fully open. If someone's upset, I will say, do you want a hug? If someone's upset, I'll do that. Because, like, I don't care if you're a guy. Like, is it gay when two girls hug each other? No! Some people might interpret that as lesbianism, but no, it's not. It's not lesbian or gay or whatever. No, and, like, yeah, like, even if it was gay, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just a thing of... Yeah, and I've hugged girls before without it being a sexual thing. Just because you hug someone doesn't mean that it's a sexual thing. Right? I feel like people are going to clip the hug something thing, and I'm going to be like, no! I didn't mean it like that. Like, have you never hugged an anime body pillow? I've never hugged an anime body pillow. And if the person being upset suffers from hephophobia, let me see. What is it? Fear of being touched. Then that is why I ask. That is why I ask if they want to be hugged. Yeah, Coral Castle TV says I hug people, not genders. Yeah. If someone doesn't want to be touched, then it's like, I ask, do you want to be hugged? Because, some people may not want me to hug them, right? And that's... So, yeah. Anyway, we'll continue on with this.
Here's the funny part of this commercial.
Oh, wait, where is this person from? Like, this is an ANZ thing. Oh, where are they from? About... United States. Huh, funny that they use ANZ.
That apparently was for a bank? I would have never guessed that.
Yeah, ANZ does like a whole lot of things like that. Like they do like I suppose like doing things like about banking is not going to be interesting for most people. Like, so it's like Gillette, right? Like, except Gillette was more on. I suppose Gillette was actually more on brand for them. Yeah, like Gillette's commercial. Short story, short film thing that is an ad that's not an ad. Yeah, that was more on brand. But like, what do you make commercials about as a bank? Like, if you got to make them memorable, The only other band I remember is the bank that I remember is the Cooperative Bank in New Zealand. Like they've done things like it's like where the Earth is. There are some people that think that the Earth is flat or that the Queen is a lizard. I remember that ad. It's about making the ads memorable.
It goes on to talk about how women are oppressed, and at the end, it says this. Girls start off so far ahead, but the system's not designed for women to succeed. Let's create one that is.
I mean, they have a point. If you are Michael Phelps, right? And let's say you're Michael Phelps, best swimmer in the world, and I shoot you in the foot, or if let's say that. Okay, let's take athletes as an example, right? Let's say that we have a running race, right, between the world's best female and male athletes, right? And I shoot all the males in the foot before they start running. That, of course, the women are going to win. You may have like a male that can, get through the pain, but like you're going to. That's a system that would be designed for women to succeed there, or to outdo the men, even though the men may have an advantage, right? Shoot someone in the foot, it's gonna be painful, right?
What a terrible message to tell to children, by the way. This one just wants to do karate, and you are telling her about how she can never succeed because of her gender.
It's not saying that they can't succeed, it's saying that it's not designed for them to succeed. I really hate this idea that people think that... I really hate this idea that people think that because someone says that there's a institutional problem, right? That means that that's sending a bad message. Like you have to get your shooting disorder. But like, it's like, imagine this. Imagine you had an ad saying, or just imagine someone just in general saying, most poor people don't ever get rich. Let's create a world in which poor people can get rich. System is not designed for poor people to get rich. It's designed to keep poor people down. You think that sends a bad message? I don't think so. It's stating something that's true, right? If you state something, there's nothing wrong with stating a fact and then saying we need to rework the system based on this fact. Otherwise, the problem's not going to get solved if you just say, oh yeah, like things are perfect right now, let's not change things. No, it's... Delay says there's a difference between not designed to succeed and designed not to succeed. Yes, there is.
Then that last line. Let's create one that is. Okay, how? You said there was a problem, but gave no solutions to it in the commercial. That's like saying the world is unfairly oppressing you, and there is nothing you can do about it. And
so he does make a good point, and I will say that, the let's create one that is, that is something that we need to work on. Like, how do we do that? I'd say that we need to start normalizing. Like, I think we need to start normalizing the idea that anyone can be who they want to be. Right? If you're a feminine man, go be a feminine man. If you're a masculine woman, be a masculine woman. Do what you want. That's what I say. And we got... Oh, see you, Quantum Degreaser.
excellent message to tell a 7-year-old. But honestly, if women are so much better than men in every way, how exactly did men trick women into being oppressed? It's statements like these that make me believe you aren't actually being oppressed and you're just a bunch of liars.
So, it's one of the... Okay. So, firstly, there's a difference between on average, like, you know, like, on... So, okay, there's a few things. So, as the article he points out mentioned, the Guardian opinion piece, it could be more of a product of society that women are generally better than men. You got some dumb women as well, like you got dumb men as well. But you know, you got... It's something that I think has happened over many generations, right? Where men have just... It's hard to identify where it started, but it's sort of just been that way for a long time. And it doesn't have to... What feminists are saying is saying that it doesn't have to be that way. And Seek Truth, Speak Truth says, I just called to say I love you. Oh, thank you. I feel like that's a song lyric. And it's like... It is possible for women to be better in some aspects, right? And to not be and to be oppressed, right? It's like... how do I put it? If you are doing... If you are doing a thing better than... Like, if the majority... Let's assume that the majority of women are doing better than men in jobs and stuff, yet you are underrepresented in all these jobs, then maybe it's some... Or you are not getting offered promotions, and men are getting offered promotions. I mean, just look at the Activision Blizzard thing. Then you might be being oppressed. If you have to work harder, you might be being oppressed. IMD Fox says, anyone else thinking of how trans men dominate women's sports? I haven't heard that... last I heard that... Like, it seems to be a common narrative these days that trans men are just dominating women's sports, yet it seems to be far and few between. It does really seem to be an issue that that a lot of people blow out of proportion. What about the women with high testosterone that dominated women's sports until they found out that they had high amounts of testosterone? You know, like, it's one of the things where I actually think that it shouldn't be based on like whether you're male or female. I think that it should be based on like the factors that help you succeed. You know, like if there's a factor that helps you succeed more than other people, maybe we should divide sports based off that factor. Because otherwise, you know, sports are just going to be inherently unfair. And, you know, are we just going to kick... I think I heard about that. Laurel Hubbard lost at the Olympic Games, you know. And then there are also trans... I need to... It's trans woman that we're talking about. I have to clarify that. Also, like, trans woman, there's a trans woman who doesn't... MMA fighter, I think, who doesn't fight women because she feels like she would have an unfair advantage. So sometimes, you know, there are people like that who... Anyway, and then Seek Truth, Speak Truth says, well, that's false. We don't need air to breathe. space, comma. What about that Blade Runner guy who didn't have to pump blood to his legs because he didn't have any? I don't... Yeah, and the George says saying it should be written trans women dominate at women's sports. Or maybe he's... I don't know.
For example...
Feminism...
Oh! Trans men... Oh! I think... Yeah, sorry, IMD Fox. I've been reading too many transphobic things, sorry. Yeah, I can actually see that, like, trans men dominating at women's sports. Yep. I see. Yeah, and that is actually an issue that I've heard about. Like, there was actually like this one person who was trans who I remember who wasn't allowed to compete because of transphobic things at in the men's category. Yeah, I'm gonna apologize to IMD Fox. I have seen so many bad faith things where they. And I hope that I hope that I actually hope that I incorrectly interpreted your thing from the amount of bad faith things that I've seen. Right. Anyway.
Is about equality of the sexes, but right now, one sex has a lot more power than the other.
Men are not systematically oppressed based on their gender, and that's a fact.
But women are, and that's a fact too.
Men are not systematically oppressed.
IMD Fox says, pretty sure I got the terminology wrong, lol. Yeah, well, if you mean... So, it really comes down to whether you mean assigned male at birth or assigned female at birth, right? Because if you're talking about assigned... Because it's... Initially, I thought you were saying assigned male at birth and then transition to being female, which would be trans woman. But I am now just assuming that you meant assigned female at birth, but transition to be male, because they actually do dominate women's sports when they're not allowed to participate in the men's section. They do. That is actually a thing. And Zio says, honestly, we should stop misusing the words ending in phobia. I actually think that, like, homophobia, transphobia, and all that, I think that they're good enough descriptions, right? A lot of people say that, it's not... Because, like, who is actually scared of gay people? And there are people that are legitimately terrified of gay people, right? But, like, I think that homophobia, like, in general use, is used more for people that dislike gay people. You're thinking male transitioning to female. Okay, yeah, like, so my initial assessment was correct. So, I will retract my apology. So yeah, I disagree with all these people that say that say you're using phobia wrong because phobia means an irrational fear. It's like, yeah, but how's most people using this particular word, right? People, like, just because a word is used. Now, I will say that sometimes there are cases, like irony is a good example, where someone will just use it to basically mean coincidence. I think that we should use irony for to describe irony, not coincidences. But then there's like times when people like in general would use a word wrong. And it's like, I don't care like that they're using the word wrong. Like, yeah, like as George said, like the suffix phobia, like if it's like the term as well, right? Like if I say I'm doing as well as you, what does that mean? Well, most people would say I'm doing well, but the way that I'm doing well is as equal to the well that you're doing, right? However, it could mean I'm doing as well. If I say as well as I'm doing good as well. It's like, okay, it means also, right? So that's, I'm not going to say that people can't use as well as also, you know? Like as well also means also. As well can mean as well as something, as well as meaning also.
Based on their gender, and that's a fact. Well, usually facts require evidence, to which you guys provide none for any of your claims.
I mean, it's one of them things where it's, do you really expect evidence in a 2-minute video? Like this is not. Sometimes, yeah. Like I do prefer like people to provide evidence, right? But there's a lot of bite-sized information out there that doesn't, you know. There's also like the. I'm just trying to think for a second because, like, yeah, I would like them to provide evidence, but it's not like the evidence is hard to find. You know, there's the whole thing. Like, I'm just going to refer to, like, this guy is probably a gamer. So, yeah, Activision Blizzard. Like, now, I would actually disagree. I would say that men are systematically oppressed based on their gender, but it's not so much. I'd say that it's more men who deviate from masculinity. I'd say that they're probably systematically oppressed based on their gender.
Maybe that's because they aren't true. Here are some facts. Men face more prison time for committing the same crime as women. I don't see any feminists fighting for equal representation.
And Mandelbrot says, speaking of gender equality, what's this? Archaeologists discovered a gruesome tower of skulls in Mexico City. Pioneers of gender equality, the Aztecs sacrificed women as well as men.
There, almost all workplace fatalities are men. Men either don't get believed or get laughed at when they say they are being abused by their female partner. Family court is heavily biased against men. Listen, we all have...
So, these are all issues that, if you... Like, as I said, like, earlier, Big Red, I think it is, she has actually said, you know, that we want to fix these things as well. Like, feminism is about fixing... Like, sure, it has the name... feminism. Yeah, having the word feminism... It kind of... A lot of people associate it with being for women, and only for women. And I used to associate it with that as well, right? I used to think, oh, you know, feminism just means for women and only for women. But it actually seeks to solve issues of men discrimination against men, as well as issues of discrimination against women. You know, like the whole courts thing, that can be solved if we just, as a collective, try and take try to stop, the whole idea of toxic masculinity, because then men would probably get sentenced less. Zio says, but that's like saying arachnophobia does not mean an irrational fear of spiders. Well, arachnophobia, that's generally used for an irrational fear of spiders, right? So, arachnophobia, the general use is an irrational fear of spiders, whereas homophobia is generally used as a dislike towards gay people. So IMD Fox says, so equality, then let's do that. Yeah, equality is definitely, let's do the equality thing. I like the idea of the equality thing. Let's do that.
Problems. Saying my problems don't count because I'm a man is sexist. But okay.
Yeah, and have you actually listened to feminists? If you actually sit down with someone who's a feminist, a lot of feminists, now, preferably someone who's more, because you will get like feminists who are like, you're not oppressed at all because you're a man, but you will, like, people in the Huffington Post, like, I will disagree when they said men are not systematically oppressed. It's just that women are more systematically oppressed, you know.
I'll humor you. Let's hear what your problems are.
So if you believe any of the following, equal pay for equal work, providing education to 62 million girls who don't have access to it.
Let me think. How could we possibly give 62 million women access to education? There must...
Are they just going to say, go online? Just go online and get your education from Trump University. Jesus fucking Christ. Sure, online can do well, but maybe actually having proper schools and stuff to get people educated would be a good idea. Just an idea, you know.
Must be some program out there that does that entirely for free that anyone can access whenever they want. Oh, and
what about people that don't have the internet? Yeah, it's kind of hard to get free online education. And besides, online education isn't perfect, right? Sure, if you're invested in it, it would work. But, not everyone is invested in online education. Well, actually, George said... So you know how George said, I'm going to say, you know how awful and awesome are antonyms nowadays? Awful used to be something you're in awe of, right? Language has changed. You actually gave a great example, George, of how language has changed. Of how, the particular use of awful has changed. It used to mean something similar to awesome, but don't use it for that anymore. Use McDonald's. Yeah, just go to McDonald's and use their Wi-Fi. Go learn at McDonald's. And what if you don't have a phone? You know, it's all these kinds of things. Now, I don't know what they're talking about 62 million, because I'm pretty sure that most people in the maybe they don't but it's quality. What we're talking about is quality education. You know, actually being able to send people to schools. And in the Middle East, so we need to get better education for women there. And I like how he didn't even talk about the equality of pay thing. Yeah, women need to get paid equal to men. Obviously, it's pay everyone equal.
And sarcasm aside, the Khan Academy was helping me graduate college years before this Huffington Post video came out.
Yeah, but you're in college. That doesn't mean that everyone was in college. And it doesn't mean that the Khan Academy is a substitute for college. The Khan Academy is not a substitute for college. Right? it might be a good tool, but it's not a substitute. Like, if I say, yeah, I've watched some videos on Khan Academy, do you think people are going to really take me seriously? No, like...
The wage gap? I don't even have to tell you how false that is, because it turns out that the Huffington Post already made a video debunking it.
I'm pretty sure that even when you account for everything, there's still like a 6% gap.
Is your company looking to maximize their output while cutting back on costs? Why outsource all your production to faraway countries like India, China, and Narnia when we have the cheapest and best workforce right here in the good old US of A? Women.
Correct. If you could pay women who work the same hours and are just as qualified as men less money, no one would ever hire men.
This is sort of a thing where a lot of people... What Francis Chiminti said, what Ben Shapiro clone are we listening to? We're listening to this Think Before You Sleep person. Actually, I want to make a video on a Ben Shapiro video, because like it's actually... Because the person that Ben Shapiro is talking to makes really good points, and people like Neil deGrasse Tyson, so I might make a video on that. But anyway, like, so the wage gap is actually a very complicated problem. Like, I have gone back and forth on this, right? I used to believe that I used to believe that the wage gap was a big problem. Then I didn't believe that the wage gap was a big problem, because I realized that, men and women, they work different jobs, right? If you work different jobs, clearly you're going to, clearly you are going to be paid differently, right? And then it's like, but it's more than that, so jobs that have, it tends to be that when a job has a lot of women working in it, it's valued at pays less. However, when jobs have a lot of men working in it, it tends to pay more. Now, this could be a number of factors, right? It could be that it could be that we just sort of push women towards the lower paying jobs, and we tend to push men towards the high paying jobs. I can see that, right? I'm not making a causation argument. All I'm saying here is that there are societal expectations and certain things play into each other. Right? Certain things play into each other. That's all I'm saying here. So, for example, it could be that it's seen that work done by women is worth less than work done by men. That could be what it's seen as, and so people will be like, this is worth less. So if we've got a lot of women in the job, we'll pay it less, right? It could be the case, but it could also be the case that we tend to push men towards high-paying jobs. I actually lean towards the latter. They tend to push men towards high-paying jobs, and it's like, maybe we shouldn't do that. Maybe we should push women towards high-paying jobs. I mean, hell, we push women towards nursing, and we push men towards doctors. That's what I lean to. And nurses pay less than doctors, so... And as was said, where was it? A study published found that women make better surgeons. Maybe we should be pushing women towards doing surgeons. This is a study. Here we go. I'll throw this in chat. Here we go. There we go. Like, go look at the study if you want. It's literally a study that you can go ahead and look at if you want. Here we go. Anyway.
We'll give them credit, though. At least this fake ad was actually funny.
That's right. With pink sourcing, women are a bargain at the workplace, since you only have to pay them 77 cents.
So the argument is not that. So yeah, I find that. Why don't I get a few people in the room with me? I'm not actually in a room. I'm probably going to end up soon. I might actually get the George. I wonder if the George. Oh yeah, George's still in. So I might actually jump in a call with him. George, if you're there, jump in a call with me, or just send me a call on Discord and we'll watch this together, and then we'll play a game of chess. What was I saying? Oh yeah. Yeah, Wade, I do agree with you, D-Rabbits, but unfortunately, what a lot of people seem to do is they seem to think that women don't do as good as work as men. And people say, oh, you know, if the wage gap was true, you could just pay women less and employ women. It's like, no, that's not the thing. It's that women's work isn't seen as valuable as men, so women are paid less, right? Why would, just try and think of the mentality that people have here, right? Because it's not a thing where a woman will just settle for less pay. It's a thing of women have to be more... Women by default... Oh, here we go. We've got... Wait, what? Wait. That was a... Discord. Ahoy hoy, George.
Can you hear me? Do I sound horrible right now?
I might have to turn you up.
Yeah. Give me a second. My mic's not plugged in for some reason, and I gotta get to the back of my computer to do that, so just give me 1 second.
Yeah. Alright, I'll continue on my rant about this. So yeah, it's one of them things where it's not an instance of they're paying people less because they're women. They're paying people less because they perceive their work as being worthless. So they're not just going to suddenly hire women so that they can pay them less. It's that they're hiring... they want to hire people that do good work, right? And they perceive women's work as being worth less, so they hire less women. And even when they do hire women, they don't pay them as much because they perceive their work as being worth less. Does that make sense? Hopefully that makes sense. And we'll continue. Actually, I should screen share my video to...
Alright, I'm back. Do I sound better now?
Yes, you do, and you're also a lot louder, so I'm just going to turn you back down.
Yeah, sorry about that. So yeah, it's either I'm working off of the microphone in my laptop, which is really crappy and I sit far away from it, or I'm working with a microphone that's USB hooked up, and that one's right in my face, so...
Okay. It's not allowing me... Oh, I mean, you'll be able to hear the video, won't you? Oh, wait, there we go.
Yeah.
And we'll go live.
Pretty sure.
I was worried for a second because it just wasn't showing up on Discord, and it's like, don't know if I can share my screen. Anyway, we'll continue on with this video. I think we'll just go to about maybe 12 minutes rather than going for the whole thing. It's because, you know, this is an 18-minute video that it's brain-meltingly bad.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I've been kind of watching it.
Yeah.
Cents on the dollar. Right, Kathy?
Wait, what? I make 60 cents. Who are you, Bill Gates?
¿De qué? I make 55 cents. Who is she, Yeezy?
This part where they...
So, yeah, like, it's one of them things where, the Huffington Post's, that video thing that they did there it was basically talking, it was kind of a subtle acknowledgement that, that women are paid differently, but also it's weird. So I wouldn't give too much credit to that thing. I just point to how societal expectations, basically.
Right.
Yeah. And also, Activision Blizzard is a thing. Let's not forget that. Like, any time someone brings up, oh, you know, women aren't oppressed or something like that, I'm just going to say, yeah, Activision Blizzard. Ever heard of them?
And see, that's just probably the most high-profile one that we can think of. Like, that's just the one that has gotten the most media coverage. You got to think, you hear stories all the time, especially in video games. You made the comparison of Activision Blizzard, but I'm pretty sure that it's a problem in
Ubisoft,
CD Projekt Red. Well, yeah, probably Ubisoft too, but I heard CD Projekt Red specifically. One of their lead writers was female. I might be getting this completely wrong, but because this is just something I heard a long time ago. Somebody came out, not 100% sure, but I've learned my lesson on asserting things as fact on stream that are wrong, so I'm just gonna leave it there. But it is the fact that you had a example in Ubisoft too. It's a problem in the video game industry specifically, where women are less likely to get hired, and if they do get hired, they take massive pay cuts. Like,
yeah, there's a channel.
You just can't argue with things that happen in real life.
Yeah, there's a channel that I watch called Jim Sterling. I'm not sure if you're familiar with them. They essentially have a video on the topic where it's like basically a lot of their thing is like, fuck these big game developers, right? And they had a video where it was like, you know, this isn't surprising because we've had similar things happen before, and I think one of the examples they gave was with Ubisoft. And so, yeah.
Like I said, I've learned better than asserting things that I'm not that knowledgeable of as fact.
Yeah. Anyhow, we'll continue on with this and see. I don't know why he brought up Kirsten Bell. We'll see what that has to do with anything.
I can imagine.
The extras can hear what Kristen Bell is saying actually made me laugh more than once. Much to the displeasure of bad comedians like Amy Schumer, if the joke is good, you can laugh at things you don't agree with, or you can even laugh at things that aren't true. If companies were actually paying women less for the same work, you could sue them into oblivion. And that's been a law for decades. So getting back to the part where they said that they don't want to put women above men.
Well, the thing is that's exactly what's happening with... I mean, he is right. If people are paying this different for less work, then it could sue them. And that's exactly what's happening with Activision Blizzard. It's just that these things aren't always... Like, firstly, it is sometimes very difficult... why did Discord crash? Discord just crashed on me. Have to wait for that to open up. But yeah, like when it comes to Activision Blizzard, yeah, they are suing, but it's not easy to sue someone, right? The whole thing with Activision Blizzard is it took a lot of stuff going on for them to sue. I've got to wait for Discord, and then I'm going to have to drag it over to my other monitor because... Discord just crashed on me, Jord. It just crashed. Like, for no reason, I'm trying to open it back up now. It will do this occasionally. I'll continue on with this video whilst I wait for it to reopen.
How can you say that and still promote the wage gap? They still do it in 2021. The wage gap isn't a new argument. They've been pulling that crap since at least the 70s. Women don't get paid as much as men because they don't work as many hours and they don't work as many high-risk, high-paying jobs. Which means what you are really saying is that a woman's time is more valuable than a man's, so she should be...
Okay, there we go. There we go. Here we go. Well, I'm back. And I'll start sharing my screen again. Hopefully that doesn't cause... Hopefully that doesn't cause any issues.
It was actually kind of cool because when I went to unmute your stream, I actually heard the last things you said that I didn't hear. So it was like, but yeah, you were talking about how like the activism and like people try to stand up for this stuff like this, but then there's the issue of like exactly the people who are I don't know actually. I don't have too much knowledge on this subject.
Well, if you want to sue someone, it takes a lot of money, doesn't it? Like, suing. That's why class action lawsuits are such a big thing, because a class action is basically combining everyone's issues and saying, "Hey, look, we're all gonna sue you," and that's like class action lawsuits. I think are somewhat more effective, but whereas if you're just a single person trying to launch a lawsuit, then yeah, but you've got to have everyone get together in order to launch a class action lawsuit, and that's the...
I think actually the one thing that I can think of where one person is suing a huge corporation is Scarlett Johansson suing Disney over the box office, and because a part of her contract was she got a portion of the box office sales, which took a huge cut because of COVID, and because of instead of waiting until COVID was over to release it and get the full box office sales, they released it on Disney Plus, which obviously took a huge hit to Scarlett Johansson's pay cut. And you can even see with the immense star power and like money and resources that Scarlett Johansson has, her versus Disney probably isn't going to work out very well for her. Like, so could you imagine a female software developer trying to sue Apple to get the same pay as her male counterpart who makes more than her?
Yeah, exactly. And, like, it's one of them things where, as I mentioned earlier, like, men are generally pushed into more high-paying jobs. Because, as we said, like it said here, we can just look at this. The comparison of patients treated by male and female surgeons, right? It showed that female surgeons generally do better than male surgeons, yet there are far more male surgeons. Why? Because of males being generally pushed into high-paying jobs. And part of that has to come down to what Zio was saying, because like men are seen as the providers, and because men are seen as the providers, we're generally pushed more towards higher-paying jobs to provide for families. So it's a very multifaceted problem. I say, you know, let females be the providers if they want, you know?
I came from a single mother household, so many times females are the providers, and it comes to a point where, you know, the societal standards play a role, whether implicitly or not. You know, you think you see a mom working and you see a dad providing for his family. It's the, you know, the societal, the way you see it, regardless of how you implicitly understand how you see it.
Yeah, exactly. I'll continue on with this video because, as I said, we'll get to about 12 minutes and then we'll stop because this is a long video.
Paid the same as him, even though she doesn't work as many hours. The other issues they brought up were reproductive rights.
Oh, real quick, I just want to say, with George Hans, he makes a good point. My mother worked the same 8 hours and produced more with higher quality than men and earned always a lesser amount of money. Yeah. There's things like that happens.
I'm sure I could tell you many horror stories of what my mom endured being a female factory worker, but it's all like I said, it's all society really. To fix this problem, you have to inherently change the society in which the problem exists, and a lot of people don't want to hear that.
Yeah, it's like I don't necessarily advocate. Now, if there were laws that could fix these things, I would obviously campaign or push for those laws. But because there aren't necessarily laws, it's more of a societal thing. It's more like, okay, yeah, let's try and shift our way of thinking. You know? And
yeah,
let's continue on.
See that as something where men are oppressing women because vast amounts of women are against abortion.
See, but here's the thing. If there's a black person that is for slavery, that's still a bad opinion, regardless of his race and regardless of the woman's womanhood. You can be of the person that is getting affected by the bad thing and still think the bad thing is a good thing. It's
yeah.
And don't get me wrong that the irony isn't lost on me that we're two white guys talking about, you know, what women want, but three actually, because I don't know this guy's race or nationality or whatever, but 3 men talking about women's abortion rights is very much the what's the word I'm looking for? Apropos of today's discourse.
Yeah.
I think I used that right. I don't know.
Yeah, it's one of them things where, like, I think that it's actually like I saw a clip by Vosh a while back where it's like, you know, minorities can have dumb opinions about their status. You know, like probably shouldn't use status, but about their yeah, maybe status is probably the best words to use. But like, you know, you could be a black person who says, oh, you know, slavery wasn't that bad, actually. I mean, there are black nationalists that want to have segregation. You know, like,
yeah,
they can have, you know, there are black people that think that segregation wasn't that bad, actually. And it's like, yeah, minorities can have dumb opinions. And I think that it's okay. What's that?
Oh, I was just going to say another good example would be an immunocompromised anti-vaxxer, which I actually know that in real life.
Yeah. Well, I think a good example, right, would be when it comes to... actually, no, not... had a different thing I was going to say. I think that it is okay, right, for people like you and I who aren't necessarily affected by an issue to talk about the issue, as long as we don't do so to try and lock people out who this issue affects out of the conversation, right? So as long as, like, because I don't think that I'm trying to lock women out of the conversation of abortion, right?
Right.
Abortion doesn't necessarily affect me, but I'm not going to. I will talk about it. I am all for people being able to get abortions. I do not think that women should be locked out of the conversation, and I don't think that I lock women out of the conversation by talking about it.
Yeah, and I definitely wasn't saying like there was anything wrong with us discussing it. My analogy was just that, you know, this is very symbolic of the discourse around, you know, where it's me, you, and this guy, and he's just mentioning vague women, you know, like, I don't know.
Yeah.
It was just a good comparison I saw in my head. I don't know.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll continue on with it. And actually, that's actually a good point, like how he brought up that women are being oppressed, you know, by reproductive rights. Or maybe they brought it up. I can't remember.
Then they said women CEOs and women in government. Okay, there are already female CEOs and there are already women in government. Instead of more female...
Oh, man, yeah, we there's one woman CEO, therefore gender equality.
I don't know the exact numbers, but I'm just gonna Google real quick the gender split of the U.S. Senate, just real quick.
One of the funny things I've found is that when it comes to the U.S. Senate, apparently, or at least Democratic politicians versus Republicans, apparently the Democrats are far more representative of the population than Republicans. Republicans are like mostly old white men, whereas Democrats, you'll have, you know, like women, men, black men.
So I can't find the exact gender. I don't know. This should be easy to find. Find. It just keeps bringing me to the Wikipedia of women in the U.S. Senate, not telling me what the split is today. 2021, women hold seats comprising 26.7 of the 535 members. So 1/4.
Yeah.
If this is correct.
And
which,
let me tell you, that is not representative of the entire population.
Right. If there was only one woman for every 3 men, I think that might be an issue.
Yeah, David.
So if
I just want to say that David Lovett said, analyze their birth years also. I'm actually curious as to what that's about, because I'd say that, yeah, older people tend to be CEOs more. You know,
if he was talking about the Senate, he also has a very decent point there that the Senate is basically an old folks nursing home at this point.
True, very true. Anyway, we'll continue on with this.
Oh, and this isn't even the Senate I'm looking at. This is just Congress in general.
Okay. Well, the Congress has more people than just the Senate, so that's actually probably better. A better thing to use, you know. Anyway, we'll continue on with this and see what
Chief executive officers. How about saying that we need more women to clean septic tanks? There's a gender disparity there, and that's a really well-paid job.
Is it?
Yeah. Yes, actually, I can. It pays a very decent wage.
Okay.
I haven't worked it before, but I know somebody who worked in it, and he was very well off.
Okay. Oh yeah, let's do that. I actually agree. I actually agree with this guy for once. Let's actually have women cleaning septic tanks. You know, like let's have.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Let's have men designing. I don't know if there's how much of a disparity, but let's have men designing fashion. Let's have women cleaning septic tanks. Let's have women running for office. Let's have men being nurses. Let's have men taking care of old people in old people's homes. You know, we need someone to take care of all those politicians there in the Senate. So,
see, and what he really doesn't understand is that the way to get more women into cleaning septic tanks is to end the stigma that says women should not be in those jobs. You know, like if it was normal for, like, if he couldn't even make that analogy, oh, maybe women should clean septic tanks, you know, it'd be normalized. Women they would look at cleaning septic tanks as just as viable a profession as being a nurse or being a fashion designer or any of the stereotypically female jobs that have been classically assigned to the female.
Yeah. Like, I'm all for, like, saying that, yeah, women should be working in the cleaning septic tanks, but I also want to say that men should be, you know, in these jobs that are classically female jobs, you know? D-Rabbit says, the main question is this: is there any woman-defined, sigh rolling eyes, jobs that women get paid more than men? I doubt it. Yeah, and I don't think that there are any. I think that a large part of it is I think that men are generally pushed towards more high-paying jobs, and that women are pushed towards lower-paying jobs, partially because men are sort of expected to have a career, you know? And Dweezil says men are fashion designers, they're good at it too. Possibly, like, it was just one of the first things that came to mind. If there are more men in fashion design, I apologize, but, you know, like, typically I think of that and I think, oh yeah, that's probably what more women are into. Anyway, we'll continue on with this.
So where does this all lead? Well, it leads to two things. As I said before, the first thing it leads to is radicals, which I think is entirely intentional. Look, if you are so unintelligent that you believe a disparity in the median income between men and women across all jobs means that women are being paid less for the exact same work, then you aren't cut out to be a reporter. Except that, you know, like, obviously this... So I want to say two things. Like, obviously this 79 cents thing for every dollar, that is a thing that is blown out of proportion because it's taken... blowing the issue out of proportion because it's taking all jobs and comparing them, right? Whereas but we can still talk about how women are generally pushed towards more lower paying jobs, but then there's still an issue within the same job where women will do harder work, you get paid less.
I can't remember who brought it up, said their mom worked 8 hours and did the same work as men but brought home a lower paycheck. That does happen. You see, especially I've worked in quite a few factories in my life, and sometimes you'll see, like, my mom worked as a plasma cutter, and her job was very technical, and she got paid less than the welders at that job, which I'm not saying anything against welders. Welding is also a hard job, but my mom was literally writing computer code to analyze the parts that she was getting sent, using dangerous chemicals, all types of stuff, and she got paid less than welders who I know the two jobs. I worked in the same factory as her for quite a while, and it was just insane seeing people get raises upon raises upon raises, and my mom sitting back there doing her hardest job hasn't even been looked at twice in the last 2 years she's been there. You know, it really is a societal thing. Just people don't even notice sometimes that things like that happen.
I will say, though, that Zio did make one good point, right? Where, you know, women do get paid more in the porn industry, right? That's men. I can see the porn paying higher than I can see porn paying higher than, like, a lot of other jobs. I know people that have worked as strippers and they've been paid a fairly decent amount, actually, right? But the issue is that, like, A, those jobs are somewhat stigmatized, and B, you need to at least look somewhat decent to, you know, make a decent living out of those jobs. It's not something that you can just is not something that you can just instantly be good at. And you know, there are some men in those industries as well that make a decent amount.
And something you have to think about as well is that the porn industry is a lot different, because the porn industry, you look at the demand for porn, that's almost exclusively a male-centric, what's the word I'm looking for? The people you designate as your audience, demographic.
Yeah.
It's almost an exclusively male demographic. Sure, there are women who like porn, and I'm sure that that's destigmatized a lot in recent years, but the porn industry in general is still targeted towards that male demographic. So of course males are going to want to see attractive females. They're not really going to want to care about the guy, because in their mind they are the guy, you know? Like, porn was just a bad... There's way more nuance to the subject of the porn industry, which...
Yeah.
That's actually something I can talk about.
And honestly, so many times I've seen the same guy in porn videos. It's like, wait, wasn't the porn video that I was just watching, didn't it have this guy in it? Like this Mark Wahlberg looking dude. And like, the thing is, I can guarantee that some people go, yeah, I remember I remember Mark Wahlberg, but sure, I don't know the names, but I do remember like what the guys look like. And honestly, like when it comes to the girls, I can't remember what Dylan Harper looks like.
Oh man, you had to go right to My Future Wife. See it. And the weird thing is about especially female porn stars is you'll see a lot where they get tied down to like certain I can't remember who, Mia Malakova, wasn't it? Famous porn star not too long ago sued one of the porn companies she was with because they were paying her like dog shit compared to what her and I'm sorry if I'm cussing too much on your stream.
Oh, don't worry.
And
it's probably already
also
demonetized from
my
talking.
dog.
It's probably already demonetized because we're talking about porn. So.
Yeah, but like I said, there's a lot of nuance in the porn industry that people. I'm not meaning to single you out, Zio. A lot of people think like this, that it's a female-run industry, when if you actually look into it, Bella Thorne was a big advocate for women in the adult film industry that just blatantly get mistreated and talked down to and screwed out of things that wouldn't exist if it wasn't for 100% them. You know?
Actually, I agree with I think you guys in America elected the wrong Biden.
Yeah.
Like, because I agree with what Hunter Biden said. Is he said that sex workers should unionize.
Yeah. Yeah. 100%.
Yeah. But
the only thing is, if we tried to elect Hunter Biden, I think we'd still be living under Trump.
Probably. But like one day Trump will die and we won't have to worry about having Donald. Well, we might have to worry about Donald Trump wannabes, but you know, hopefully that will be fixed eventually. Hopefully people get smarter. We can just hope.
And I honestly don't think the problem with Donald Trump voters isn't, well, with a good percentage of Donald Trump voters, I don't think it's intelligence that's the problem. I think that it's the tribalism, which honestly, tribalism is a word that I don't like using very much because it has some connotations.
I think it's largely down to like believing misinformation and not being able to discern true versus false information.
Right. Because they trust their people. They're scared of the other people. So what the other people say is wrong, and what my people say is right. It's not the intelligence. It's really the critical thinking. Because you can be the smartest person in the world, if you can't think critically and you can't apply that information, you may as well be down here with me.
Anyway, I'm gonna continue on with this because we're just gonna go for 3 more minutes. So,
want people to be radicals. They want their followers to believe a bunch of ridiculous lies because then they can use those lies to mobilize those people to fight for any cause. They want their followers to proclaim, people are being hurt and we need to do whatever is necessary to protect them. Great. Now we can convince you to do a...
But people are being hurt, and it's not just with the unequal pay, because I think he's saying this is more as a criticism of feminism in general. Look at one thing that I can talk on is abortion statistics. You look at especially Texas right now, you see that the abortions really, like, access to them does not decrease the demand for them. You know, limiting access to abortions does not decrease the demand for abortions. People still want abortions, and do you think that the people who still want abortions in Texas aren't going to go through with it now because there's a law for it? No, they're just going to do it, and they're going to do it in a hella unsafe way, and it's probably going to kill them or severely hurt them and damage their reproductive organs for the rest of eternity.
Yeah.
It's just not...
Like,
people are being hurt by these policies. We do need to stand up against them, and the fact that you're trivializing them right now is one of the biggest problems that we need to stand against.
Yeah, I take the stance of, like, you know, I don't think that it should be illegal for someone to starve themselves, right, under any circumstances, right? Now, starving yourself can lead to an abortion essentially occurring, right? Or we could use the word miscarriage if you want to be more accurate, right? It's just starving yourself will lead to a miscarriage.
So, something I have heard in circles in my hometown where abortions are very taboo is forced miscarriage.
Yeah.
And people will recommend just some super dangerous things. I actually remember one of the reasons that I got into arguing, because I used to be anti-abortion. I used to be 100% if there's a baby in you, that's your responsibility, you did it, blah, 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 blah. And then I remembered hearing my friend Dominique get told how her aunt recommended that she just dropped a little bit of cap full of bleach in a gallon of water and drink that water throughout the day. And I was like, that's you should not do that. No. And she was like, I already did, and it's already done, and it's gone. And I was like,
Yeah.
And yeah, ever since then, that was a very foundational moment in my life. So yeah, I can talk about, yeah.
That's an abortion, you know?
Yeah, that is 100% an abortion. But she called it a forced miscarriage, which...
Yeah. And that is actually probably a way to make it sound more appetizing, I guess, to people that, you know, are against, like, heavily super against abortions. You know?
Something that also got my interest that is still a problem to this day in my hometown is that Plan B and all of the pills like that are locked behind a case. So you have to go up to the lady at the counter to get her to come unlock the case for you. And it's this whole big spectacle. And I can only imagine how, like, a 19-year-old girl who just made one of the biggest mistakes of her life would maybe not want to announce that to the entire world. and it's just there's a lot of this stigma, a lot of this just backwards ass thinking that is just raising the frequency and unsafety. No, that's not the word. Dangerous levels. I don't know what word I'm trying to use there, but they're just making them more frequent and more dangerous by outlawing them and raising the stigma around them, especially because a lot of people talk about late term abortions. There's still stigma around early term abortions. Like, why do you think Plan B is locked behind the thing? Because there's a stigma there.
Yeah, and like late term abortions, it's like only a small percentage of abortions as well. Right. Like people often talk about how people often talk about how abortions to get rid of a child that has been conceived through something like rape or incest is like a small percentage, right? And that's how they justify getting rid of early term abortions. And they also sometimes point to late term abortions. Well, late term abortions are just a small percentage, right?
Yeah, and then they go on to make wild extrapolations of what is wanted, and they're like, by this bill, you could give birth to a baby and then abort it, and it's like, no, it's not. And even if it was, who the fuck do you think would carry a baby for 9 months, go through the trouble of giving birth to it, and then kill it? And like you said, they use this super small amount of rape and incest victims as like, oh, well, we shouldn't do it because that hardly ever happens. How often do you think that the wild fantasies that you have about what these malicious demon people do to their children, carry a baby for 9 months just to give birth to it and abort it, and you think that happens more frequently than women getting raped? That's just something, or less frequently than women getting raped. That's just backwards ass thinking on their part.
So on an old video, I had a whole lot of pro-lifers turning up in droves. Like, we can look at their channels, right? We go to their channels. I think this is... Yeah, so...
I need to maximize this because I can't read anything you're saying.
So, this person here, we go to the About section. Joined June 19th of June 2021, and the videos are all about like we've got adverse reactions. No one trusts the fake news. Very Trumpist kind of stuff,
reactionary,
right? Which makes sense. We have he or she is a baby, not a choice from this person. When we go to their About 23rd of August 2021. We got Alexandra Keegan saying make unborn babies great again. And then we've got something that seems to be something to do with COVID, like they seem to be a COVID denier. 27th of August 2021. Are we noticing a pattern here?
Strange.
The original feminists were pro-life by Shane St. Pierre. We've got a video saying, where is your mask? Fuck your vaccine. Anti-vax stuff. Joined 15th of July 2021. Are we starting to see a pattern emerge?
What? I do not know. That is an interesting pattern. I mean, weren't two of them the exact same day, August 27th, 2021?
This is 17th of July 2021. And anti-vax stuff. Laura Dalton. Not anti-vax stuff, but
like inflatable plane production, huh?
Yeah, I don't know. 24th of August, 2021. We're starting to see a pattern, aren't we?
This is... I don't know. Like, see, but the thing is, my scam baiting senses are tingling, seeing all of them joined within the same, like, 3 weeks. But they all have unique videos on their channel.
Yeah, it's...
I mean, they're all anti-vax stuff, but, like... part of me says that these are real people that decided to swarm your video, and part of me says that this is just a very advanced... I don't know.
Yeah,
I'd have to talk to these people.
It's a strange...
Like I said, my scam baiting senses are tingling. There's some...
Hold on, let me see if my connection... How good my connection is. Let me see.
Yeah, my connection's stable, so... No, I think I just needed to reload. Seems fine now.
Okay, maybe...
Oh, no, D-Rabbit says it's buffering, too. I think maybe...
Yeah, I'm, like... like, everything seems to be fine on my end.
Yeah. And we're buffering again.
Because it literally says excellent connection. I'm getting like decent it's like 2,000 kilobits per second.
Yeah, and I'm doing just as good as I ever do.
Let me reload.
I don't know really how to check it, but
I'm going to just reload my page.
Yeah.
And see if that fixes anything.
Oh, we got Gary Wybenga in the chat too, of course.
Okay, I'm gonna say try reloading.
Will do.
Yeah, because we've dipped down to 6 concurrent. What? Hold.
Yeah, no, we're still buffering on the same spot.
And then I think it's back. Oh yeah, we're back. Okay,
Might
cool.
be. Okay.
Phew. I think this
Okay.
this really did seem like a YouTube problem, honestly.
Yeah. And YouTube's after us, man. We're on to something.
Yeah, definitely.
See, a lesser man would think that this was an actual conspiracy. I could see that, like, Quantum Eraser or something searching up something about creepy with YouTube, and then his YouTube stream goes down, and him like running away from his computer.
Yeah. All right, we'll continue on with this because 2.5 minutes left. So, were you gonna say something?
Oh no, I was just vibing.
Ah, okay.
Fit our agenda. And by the way, the more we convince you to do evil stuff, the more you'll be willing to put up with our evil. To understand how evil and fascistic some of the stuff they are doing in the name of their radical causes, we have to go back in time a few years. Not that long ago, every time anyone who didn't drink the feminist Kool-Aid tried to speak at a college, every feminist would call up the school administration and tell the staff that the people who were a lot of times just there to promote free speech were presenting dangerous ideas. Free speech is dangerous? Wasn't the left the party of free speech not like 10 years ago? Then, if the college still hosted the speaker they didn't like, they would do this.
I mean, they're allowed to protest, aren't they?
Yeah, protest is fine. I mean, if somebody invites like Bruce Willis to speak at an event in my town, and I have a problem with Bruce Willis, I'm allowed to go there and be like, "Hey, Bruce Willis sucks. You guys suck for coming to see Bruce Willis." That's like something I'm allowed to do, unless like a cop comes up and is like, "You need a permit for that," in which case, maybe I could get a permit or something, as long as they're like doesn't look like they're breaking any rules. If they were, I think some people would stop them.
Yeah.
Protest is allowed.
And it wasn't, like, the thing is, it wasn't just about, like, feminists. Like, it was also about, like, when people promoted ideologies that... Because around a few years ago, we had the whole thing around, like, Charlottesville. Like, does anyone remember that?
Yeah.
Like, so, you know, like, people didn't... Essentially, there were people that would associate with certain people, and it became like an It's like a very messy thing that happened a few years ago, where all these groups sort of just blended together, and it was very difficult to differentiate. Maybe there should have been more differentiation, to be honest. But like, there was a lot of groups blending together.
Yeah.
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 And some people were, you know, some people were also kind of problematic in the even like I think, with like Jordan Peterson, like his shtick was like based on like Bill C-16, which
Jordan
didn't
Peterson is he's a glorified self-help writer. He's people think. I don't know. So I've heard. I know you've probably seen Philosophy Tube's video on him. She makes some very good points in there, but I don't know. I just think I don't think he's as dangerous or I don't think he's as dangerous as the left thinks he is, and I don't think he's as prophetic as the right think he is. He's just a guy who knows what to say to make the right people think he's smart.
Yeah, my opinion on Peterson, right, is this. I think that he has done good work in essentially medicine, or clinical psychology, should I say, not medicine. Clinical psychology.
Oh, sure.
So clinical psychology, like, because that's his field of expertise. When it comes to the self-help stuff, he's not saying anything new. He's just saying what people have always said, packaged differently. And that's self-help stuff in a nutshell. Now, when it comes to his politics and all that kind of stuff, that's bad. Like, his philosophy and politics is all just...
See, but I don't know. The way I kind of see it is, you've seen that Family Guy episode, right, where Brian writes that self-help book, Wish It, Wouldn't Do It. Have you seen that?
I haven't seen that episode, no.
Oh. Well, essentially, Brian goes out to write a load of crap self-help book that just repackages what's in every other self-help book to prove to Stewie that how easy it is. And he gets caught up in the fame because, you know, Brian, he thinks he's king shit. He thinks he's the smartest person in the world. And eventually he rides that wave so hard to where he's like on news shows and they start tearing into him about it. But I just think, like, Jordan Peterson used that repackaging of the self-help books that he used. I think he uses that in his politics, and he knows how to get those people riled up. He knows how to get them to buy what he sells, and that's to say the things that everybody else said, slightly repackaged, slightly different, slightly obscured. That's why I said he was a glorified self-help artist, not because I think that he's only written self-help books in the past or anything. I see those tactics being employed.
Yeah, like, when it came to the Jordan Peterson, like, he got famous because of Bill C-16 in Canada, and that was a bill that would add gender identity. I think it was gender identity to the list of protected classes, right? So basically, you couldn't discriminate against someone based on their race. You couldn't discriminate against someone based on their sexuality, and they added, I think there's probably disability in there as well, and they just added gender identity. they added gender identity in, because why wouldn't you? You know?
Right.
And
that is, I mean, gender is already probably in there, I can assume, though the actual effects of that. Well, we're talking about Canada, so I'm way out of my depth there. I don't know much about Canadian politics, so I don't know.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll continue on with this because
Yep. We only got like 2 minutes to go, right?
As much as these radicals like to dupe themselves into thinking that this is a peaceful protest, this is not a peaceful protest. A peaceful protest is when you stand outside of the building, hold signs, and talk to people about why they shouldn't listen to the guy that you are opposing.
No. That's a quiet protest. That is a not noisy protest. Peace doesn't mean you don't make noise. It means you don't hurt people, you don't attack people, and you don't inflict any type of damage. That is what peace is. You can scream and be peaceful. That this is peaceful. Is anybody hurting anybody? No? Then it's peaceful. It's like saying, oh, they're over there throwing a ball. They're not peaceful because that could hurt somebody, you know, or it's annoying me, or I don't know. Being annoying is not being the opposite of peaceful.
I'm wondering, so David Lovett's channel says, let's hook up the host with Miranda Petersen. Isn't that like, no, I don't know who Miranda Petersen is. I have no idea who Miranda Petersen is.
Never heard of her.
Yeah. I can understand, like, I can understand peaceful protests getting out of hand, right? But it's one of them things where, like, I think that there's certain... I think that protests should trying to be really specific here. Yeah. Try to directly address the issue, right? And what I mean by that is if you've got a... Michaela, not Miranda. Okay, yeah, because Michaela Petersen is Jordan Peterson's daughter. I wouldn't know how to get in touch with Michaela Petersen.
I mean, I don't know. You could talk. I feel like you could talk to Modern Day Debate about that. They might be able to reach out. They've got a decent number of subscribers. They might be able to grab her interest.
Yeah, I don't know what I'd talk about though. Like, would we be talking about like the meat diet thing?
I don't know. I was just saying you said you didn't know. I was thinking of a possible avenue. You know, 6 Degrees to Kevin Bacon doesn't just apply to films, man. You can probably link I think, isn't it like 13 people? You can link yourself to almost anyone on the planet.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's pretty. The world is full of connections, and you never know just how close you are. I know somebody who has partied with Drake before. I have hung out multiple times with a man who has partied with Drake before. The artist Drake.
Oh, David Lovett said no, hook up to start a family, not an interview. Okay.
I think those children, that would be a wildly dysfunctional household, I think.
Yeah, very, very dysfunctional.
I know one thing, those children would hate politics.
Yeah. But what I mean, but anyway, what I was saying before was what I mean by like addressing, like protests should address the issue, is like, I think that there are times when, I think that sometimes it is very hard to justify annoying protests, right?
Yeah.
Because,
I mean, yeah.
Like, when it comes to these protests, they can be counterproductive in a way that it just annoys people. No one likes it, right? And so, yeah, you should probably protest differently. However, I also understand the idea of some annoying protests may actually be the point, right? Like, so for example, so I'm gonna lump in titty protests, right? Because everyone loves titty protests.
You said what? Titty protests? Like the Free the Nipple campaign?
Yep. So
okay.
So basically, with those protests, the point of those protests, because like let's say that you walk around completely, because some people will be like, oh, I shouldn't have to see nipples and stuff, right? But then it's like, the point of these protests is to show nipples to, basically be like, this is...
Something. One of my favorite things that actually came out of the Free the Nipple campaign is when they came out with the tape that covered just the nipple, and that was still a problem. But the people still use like, I don't want to see female nipples as a thing, even though they literally covered the thing that you said was a problem, and you still had a problem. It's just, that's my 2 cents on that.
Yeah, and so when it comes to protests, like, certain actions are okay in certain contexts. Like, I think that riots can be justified, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think it was the Stonewall riots. Was it the
Stonewall riot?
Was the Stonewall riot the Pride origin of the Pride Parade? Let me see. Was it?
Not sure.
Stonewall riots.
Out of my depth on that subject, my good friend.
Yes, the Stonewall riots. I think that those... I'd have to go back and look at the exact situation, but I think the Stonewall riots were probably justified.
See, and I think that a question that that should be asked is not whether the riots were justified. I think that at any point, you can say that prison riots are unjustified, but you got to realize that, like, the system that they're in led to such pent-up aggression that even at something that may not have justified such a great outleash of that aggression, you still led to the situation that led to you were still responsible for the situation that led to the pent-up aggression that caused the riot. So, like, once you start talking about justification, you have to realize, like, pent-up aggressions, and like maybe they may be rioting because a little girl got hit on her bicycle, but they're not rioting that little girl died. They'd be more likely be rioting over the fact that, this has happened so many times, blah 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 blah. You're not fixing it, so we scream.
Yeah.
Which I'm not saying rioting over the death of a little girl isn't justified. It was just, I don't know.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah,
it's hard to come up with a situation where rioting is morally justified, but that doesn't mean that there aren't situations where it is.
I like Francis Community's comment. OMG, they're just nipples. Who gives a fuck? Exactly, like...
Nobody. I wish I could see more. I wish everybody showed me their nipples all the time.
Yeah.
Men and women included.
Yeah.
Maybe not small children. Maybe the small children should keep their nipples covered. Maybe they shouldn't. I don't know. That's up to the parents. But if you're a free consenting adult, show me your nipples all the time. I would be happy.
Yeah, and Anarchy says, sometimes it takes a bloody revolution. I wish it didn't, but sometimes it seems that's the only way to facilitate change. Look at the suffrage movement as an example.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like the thing is, when it comes to these things, like if eventually it gets to a point, right? Like let's say I do peaceful protests, right? And every time I do peaceful protests, you got people going, no, you shouldn't do that. That's bad, right? because there is obviously civility politics involved, right? Where people are like, oh yeah, you should be civil, right? But there is a point where if no one's listening, it's like, well, if no one's listening, I'm gonna make you listen, and that's what riots are basically for.
What point's being part of your fucking discourse if you won't even listen to me when I open my mouth? So I'm gonna throw a TV through a window and maybe you'll listen now.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, maybe that's not the logical, like, snobby discourse. Like, I always, whenever I hear the word discourse, I imagine philosophy tube. The discourse. If you don't, like Martin Luther King said, riot is the voice of the unheard, you know? And that's, a lot of people use that incorrectly, and they think like, oh, you know, you have a say, so you shouldn't riot because you are heard. Well, look at Colin Kaepernick, for one. His entire career was destroyed. Like, I don't even think he plays football anymore, does he?
I don't know. I haven't kept up with.
I don't know, but he lost his position on the team he was playing for. He is like a literal bad word in half of the country. You know, you can't mention Colin Kaepernick without a redneck getting mad about their flag being respected while wearing their flag as a pair of swim trunks.
D-Rabbits did say, the problem with the revolution is, are we all in agreement? Is what we are trying to do the thing the majority wants? Yeah. And I can get that mentality, but I can also, like, one of the other things is when it comes to riots and when it comes to protests is generally it's to raise awareness about the thing. Now, it could be that the majority wants to oppress you, and that's a bad thing, right?
Right.
And sometimes it's like, well, if you're going to be oppressing us, we're going to throw some bricks through your window, right? And now, some people could say that that will lead to increased tensions and that will just further the divide. But at the same time, you know, one side is furthering the divide by oppressing the other, you know? Like, it's like...
And something, a thought experiment that I use a lot online to help get people out of that majority versus majority mentality is like, imagine if tomorrow you woke up and you saw a triangle was marked into your forehead. You don't know where it came from. You don't know why it's there. But you got up and you looked at the rest of your family and they all had squares on their foreheads. And everybody else you saw had squares on their foreheads, but you had a triangle on your forehead. And for some reason there was a bill that said you and everybody else with a triangle on your forehead had to go live in their own separate place. Everybody with squares on their foreheads votes for it. Everybody with triangles on their forehead doesn't vote for it. The majority gets what they want, but you're still oppressing. I think the term is oppression of the majority. Isn't that the term?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Oppression of the majority.
Yeah, it's so you can't really think of
tyranny of the
majority wants.
Tyranny of the
majority. Yeah. You can't really think, well, is this what the majority of us want? Because sometimes the majority of us might want something that hurts a minority of us that can't possibly hope to vote against that because by virtue of what they are a minority.
And Anarchy says, majority is just another name for mob rule. Yeah. And like there are times when, like, democracy is basically rule of the majority, right? And I'm not always convinced that the majority is always right. Like, I think that the majority tries to act in their own self-interest, but may not always act in their own self-interest.
I think one of the things is that they will be by virtue of self-preservation be more focused towards their own self-interest and less focused towards the interests of others who may or may not to them be lesser or greater or some by virtue of them being other, you know?
Alright, what I'm gonna do is I think we've spent enough time on that video. play a few games of chess.
I got you.
10 minutes, no increment, and I'll just copy the link to you before anyone can see it. There we go.
Alright, give me 2 seconds. 1 second.
Before anyone has the opportunity to. And I will stop sharing my screen. And I'll probably just read what chat says as we play chess.
The game. Alright.
Oh, you're black.
I mean, in the game.
I'm black. You're white. Yeah, so what D Rabbit said, tyranny of the majority. So if 5 out of 6 people want to go to a steakhouse with vegan options, so one should decide. This ain't democracy. Yeah, I think that
I will be right back, Planner.
Okay, so in that situation, I can understand sometimes. Like, there's been times when it's been okay, like 3 out of 5. Like, let's say 3 out of 5 people want to go to a place, right? Yet 2 of them, like let's say one is vegan, right? And the other one can't eat, like let's say is lactose intolerant, no, glucose intolerant, right? Right? Now that becomes an issue. I think that what we need is I do like the idea of the majority deciding, but I also think that we need to have sort of things that mean that everyone is provided for. Because if you go to a steakhouse with no vegetarian options, let's say that everything has I'm trying to think of gluten and no gluten-free options or something, then yeah, that's a bad. Let's play this. I wonder if I'll go into one of my favorite lines. I really hope. No, we're not going to go into my favorite line. Ah, shit. Let's go into... Let's protect the pawn.
Alright, I'm sorry about that. We don't want to do that.
I have ideas here of what I'm going to do. Let's do this.
Yeah, as usual, I'm just flying by the seat of my pants. Thinking of things to do, but probably gonna mess up the execution.
Let's open up the D file.
I see what you did there. I don't like it. That's fine.
Okay.
Why not?
Let's... Kind of messes with my plans a little bit.
You didn't expect me to do the dumbest thing I could do, did ya?
Okay, let's...
Oh, gosh. Okay.
Put more pressure on you.
I can do that.
That is an option. Let's...
Now, I know your audience is used to seeing, like, good chess.
I don't think they are.
Well, they're used to watching you, and you beat me, like, 90% of the time. I see. I see what you're trying to do to me there, and it's not gonna work today. 'Cause I can just... What can I do? Could do that. I could do that. I don't think you can do anything about that, can ya?
I mean, I do have... I don't know, I'm just thinking... If I go there, then you can take... And then...
I'm not watching the stream, by the way, so...
your queen's relatively harmless there, so... I'll just...
I mean, it locks down
castle.
your knight. Oh, no, you're right, yeah. Can do that. I always forget that castling is an option. My uncle never did it, and he's the one who taught me how pieces move.
Yeah.
I would
Queen's
say he
relatively
taught me
harmless there
Sorry.
because you're not going to take the knight, you're not going to take the bishop. They're both defended.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, I can...
Actually, I'm gonna pop out the chat on the stream real quick, just so I can watch it and watch people laugh at my ineptitude. Oh, you moved already. Jeez. Okay.
Oh, I just realized that I was targeting the wrong thing. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go there. Guessing there, and then there. But I also, if it's there, then I get moves. Okay, let's open up here just in case. Oh, I also have a nice... nice thing.
I don't think I think I kind of messed I had one strategy. You moved one piece. And now I'm screwed.
I moved one pawn, did I?
Yeah. How about that?
How about that?
That.
And then that.
I'm not gonna win this exchange, am I?
No, you're not.
No, I'm not. Your pieces are too well supported, and I just kind of threw mine on the board and hoped they'd be in good places. Yeah, no, this is kind of a messed up situation I'm in. Guess I could do that.
And then I had a plan. Okay, I'm just thinking how I'm gonna...
Go ahead, take your time. Maybe 8 minutes of it somehow.
Okay. It was... Okay, let's take a pawn.
You're gonna take a pawn, are ya? See, that seems like a bad idea for you to do. But you don't ever make bad decisions usually, so you probably had a plan for that.
Not really, but I'll pretend like I did.
God, the middle of the board was just a fucking bloodbath, wasn't it? Well, no, I guess not. We've only taken... Well, I've only taken one of your pieces. You've taken... I'm up in points? Jeez.
Yeah, I blundered a horse. I probably shouldn't have taken that pawn. Let's...
See, and that's the psychology part of chess, where I was literally sitting there thinking, was that a bad move he made? No, he's too smart to do a bad move.
Okay, let's attack the knight.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna convert that bad move into a good move.
What? Defend the knight.
Okay. What am I going to do? I'm just thinking of what I'm going to do here. Okay.
I'm actually really happy that you showed me to this lightchess.org, because I was just on chess.com for, well, you've shown me every online chess thing I've gotten into, but this one actually has some like good puzzles and like some things that are like, they show you intuitively like how to move your spaces to pieces to like ensure other pieces. And I'm still not good at checkmating though.
Okay, I've got an idea. Stop attacking that. So D Rabbit says, "What is this chess game? Where can I get it?" It is on Lichess. And you're
Lichess, yeah, I say Lichess.
Okay, you're trying to
Pressure on your queen, baby.
Okay, so let's move here.
Okay.
Get my queen out a bit.
Do that.
Okay, I'm not going to complain about that move.
God.
I was literally...
Times for Jordan.
I was literally calculating if you moved your knight out of the way. There.
Bad plays, Jordan. Bad plays.
Now I can easily convert this to a win, I think.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I don't think I got anything here. But I know. I think that's how's that not?
You got a couple.
I guess I can.
Got a couple of legal moves.
You know, like probably two. I guess, can I? No, I can't do that. Oh, I see.
Yeah, you've got there.
And that's why I lose at chess right there.
Yeah, I figured I'd be able to win the queen.
Yeah, I mean that was my only option, so. You know what? If I'm going down, I'm taking some of you bastards with me.
Just gonna see if there's any. I'm gonna try and go with better options before I.
I'm pretty sure if you take that bishop, isn't that check? I mean, isn't that mate?
Not quite.
No, yeah, you're right. Because I could move to F1, and then you'd have to move your queen to C1, and then that'd be checkmate.
Yeah, I'm gonna try a different mating pattern.
Like that. He said, squirm, squirm.
Wait, how's that not mate? Oh, this is still that square. Yeah. And that should be mate.
Yeah, mate, yep. We could go for one more if you want.
Yeah, I'll probably be white this time.
Okay.
Let's play one of the classic openings.
See, I feel like really to get good at chess, you gotta like do some serious reading into like the theory and like the advancements of strategy and like I don't know. It really seems like a game where every move you could make has been made before at some point in time and people have talked about it. Like,
yeah, well, basically every opening has a name. Like,
yeah.
If I were to reload this page, second channel Planet Chess. Maybe I should maybe on my clips channel I should upload like a whole lot of chess videos, like these. Maybe see how they do. This is a really weird.
Honestly, don't know what I'm doing right now.
I don't know what your pawn structure is. I really don't.
Me either.
Me
either. But they're all secured at least once.
Let's go here. I feel like
I don't know. I'm playing games.
Let's play there.
I'm pretty sure I fucked this up from the beginning.
Okay,
I honestly don't know what I'm
exactly doing. What I wanted you to. That is exactly what I wanted you to do.
Was I gonna let you take? Because you're gonna take my queen now, aren't you?
No, I'm not gonna take your queen because you'd be able to take my queen back. I'm gonna go here. Check. Okay, now I'm gonna take your queen.
See, I knew what you were doing, but I don't know. I saw it coming from a mile away, but walked right into it.
I don't think I've ever gotten to play. I don't think I've ever gotten to play a line like that. Anyway.
Where the queen just charges in and fucks everything up.
Pretty much. That was a fun line. Okay, let's play here.
Okay, so now I'm down 6 points and I have a bishop of yours.
Yep. How do you come back from this?
Planner. But if history is any indicator, I don't.
Okay, let's give a sneaky little check there.
I guess I'd have to do that.
Good move, good move. I've got an interesting. It's a funny line.
I'll try this.
Okay. Let's go here.
In chess, D-Rabbit says, in chess, I'm guessing the queen gets paid more, no?
Possibly.
I still think the king would probably make the most, but the queen probably gets paid more than, like, the knight and the, what's it called? Knight and the, bishops.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Zeno says, I've loved chess. It's my favourite board game. Okay, that's...
Xenos, on a scale of 1 to 10, how horrible am I? 1 being kind of competent, 10 being the worst chess player you've ever seen. Oh, fucking hell, stupid. Yeah. Yeah, why not? That may as well happen.
Check. I was actually wanting to get rid of, like, I didn't like your knight where it was. And let's take that.
Miscalculation. I lose. Oh, okay. I can see how maybe this may actually turn.
Okay, oh no, I liked my knight there. Oh no. Hold on, what's this line?
Maybe count me out just yet. It probably would be a good bet to bet against me, but I can see something that I might be able to do.
Okay, let's play this.
Okay. That doesn't ruin my plan. Just makes it harder. Okay. Why not? See, that's fine. Not going to bait me. Come on, stupid. How about there? Does that do anything horrible? That could do something.
Ah. Should have seen that. Let's go there.
That's fine.
Moving back the bishop.
Bam.
Oh, okay. I should probably... Yeah, let's go there. Probably protect the rook just in case my plan doesn't quite work out. I think I have forced mate in like 3 or something.
I think... I don't know.
That didn't quite work out as expected. Let's kick away the knight from that particular square.
Okay.
Okay. Let's take a pawn. I've got a plan. Like I've got a mating net here. Yeah.
Oh.
Actually, we'll just go here. I'll take. Wait, hold on. Wait, no, I've got to take here first. Yeah. And then I can go for the mate. I think it's mate in 1. Yeah, checkmate. Yeah. I was planning that from a while back. You did manage.
Really nothing I could do there.
You did manage to delay it for a lot longer than I thought you would. You almost
my plan
thwarted it.
To get, yeah, my plan to get you in check. If I could have gotten your queen, I did have a plan to checkmate you to win, but I couldn't have forced your queen to move early enough. By the time I got your queen to move, I was already fucked.
Where was that?
I think if I could have gotten my bishop up to that point of putting your king in check, I thought, well, actually, no, you probably could have planned around it, honestly. There's so many things that needed to go right for me to even possibly get you in checkmate.
Yeah. Like that was a really fun opening though, I will admit. Like those little trappy things, because the whole point of bishop to there to c4 was to essentially target the spot next to the king, which I think is known as Fiend Kiddo or something like that. And then I was counting on a move that wasn't like pawned
right.
Pawn D6, because that would have screwed up my plans. But after there, I essentially moved there, and I was like, okay, that is technically a free pawn, right? Because you could have taken, I would have taken back, and yeah, not much would have changed really. I suppose I could have advanced my pawn and then moved my queen up, basically winning the rook.
Right.
But like, if I go to analysis board, I think I'm winning in this position. Yeah, it really does. I wanted you to go queen to there.
Queen to where? Share your screen.
Oh, queen to e7.
Queen to e7.
Yeah. I'll show you what I mean. It also comes up on stream.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm watching the stream now, but you're a little what's it called? Watch stream, please.
Oh, and yeah, it's wanting me to go take your pawn. So it's wanting there, 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 there. So it's wanting me to essentially try and decimate your pawn, structure. But like,
it was turning my pawns into checkers, pretty much.
Yeah, and it wanted you to do the moves that you did. Didn't.
So
here it didn't actually like that move. It really didn't like it. Engine didn't like that. Because you could have gone there, in which case I'd have had to have gone there and then gone there, essentially Yeah.
Oh.
But
Yeah.
then when you took it was. Yeah, I wonder when it started, because I know that it would have given me like, oh, it didn't like that move.
Yeah.
Maybe because it traps. Oh yeah, that traps the queen. Although I already had won the queen at that point.
Yeah.
And
see.
Oh, that was wait, that was mate in 1? Oh, it was mate in 1.
For a pretty long time, yeah, I remember. I was like, all he has to do is this, and I'm screwed. Yeah.
And here we had mate in 7.
I could have, or you could have.
Oh, oh, jeez, I missed so many mates made in 1. So many missed wins there. D Rabbit says again, please. I'll see if D Rabbits, do you want a game?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll see.
Probably be better challenge than old Jord.
Yeah.
Planner Walk wants me to get better, but the thing is, that requires time and effort.
Actually, what I want to do is, whilst I want to see what King's Pawn game Gundaram Gambit was was the opening of the game that we played, and before that it was it didn't say.
Because that was probably one of the only chess openings in history that nobody's ever been stupid enough to use.
Oh, it was actually no, it didn't say it because it was because it wasn't an analysis board. So if I hit play with a friend, I'll send a link into chat. So if D Rabbit wants to play, yeah,
Nobody but D Rabbit, click please. We can trust you, Planner Walk audience. Oh, by the way, before I forget to mention it, Planner Walk, do you know anything about the Pokemon in Pokemon Sword and Shield?
Not really. Why?
There is a tiny dark fox Pokemon called a Nickit.
A Nickit?
And Nickit, Nickit. Like to steal something, you nick something.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I called it Planner Fox.
Oh, because my name is Nick. Nice.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
I just thought that was a funny
Hopefully
little thing.
D Rabbit clicks the link. I don't know if D Rabbits is still around. I like doing little analyses after the game because it allows me to know, okay, what do I need to brush up on? Like, I need to brush up on my mate and like my obvious mates. You know, like
I
Xenos,
know that what I
Xenos said, I'll play if you're looking for another match. Yeah, like you can click the link and then. If D Rabbits doesn't play, then I can play you. Whoever it's just whoever. When I throw a link in chat, it's whoever clicks the link first.
Oh yeah, I guess. I don't know. I know Xanos. You didn't answer my question though. Scale of 1 to 10. How bad am I? 1 being almost competent, 10 being worst chess you ever saw.
That is a good question.
See, because I had a friend growing up named Ben, who he said he was going to teach me how to play chess, but all he ever did was just beat me over and over and over again. Never even, like, try to talk to me about, about how I could move the pieces better, like setting up and making sure that if somebody takes something, like things you've talked to me about.
Yeah.
You actually want... I feel like you want me to get better at chess so you have a better opponent. He wanted me to stay crappy at chess so he could beat me every single time.
Yeah, it's one of them things where it can be fun to... Like, obviously winning can be fun. Like, there's no doubt about it. But it's no fun if you just keep on winning. Like, it's... Like, the wins have to be interesting for them to be fun.
Right, like it's like beating the first level of, well, I mean, speedrunning is one thing, but it's like just beating the first level of Mario over and over and over again. Like, yeah, you're beating it, but it's like literally the base level entry of being able to beat something. You want to maybe go play some of the harder levels, or maybe, I don't know.
Oh, there's an interesting line here. Let's...
Yeah, I was gonna...
We're gonna have... Oh, no, we didn't see that. We didn't see the variation that I thought we'd see. Alright.
CM Brown, 5 hours, epic. Have you ever seen Planner Walk into stream on time? Most people have problems getting to the stream on time. Planner Walk has problems ending it on time.
Okay, so he's prompting the queen trade. Nice. Oh, there's a funny line.
Yeah, that's something I didn't see.
Let's go there. I have a guess as to what's going to happen. I'm going to hazard a guess. Yeah, I thought that would be the case. I thought that would be the obvious move. Alright, so... Just thinking. Here, we can take... Now, if we take... That's probably not going to go the way that I think it's going to go, but we'll see. Yeah, and then we'll accept the queen trade. And then castle.
Wouldn't say you're on the back foot, but I think
he's probably going to castle. I'm guessing castle there. I'm guessing that's his next move. It makes sense. Because otherwise...
He's down 2 bishops and a queen.
I mean, he's down 1 bishop. 2 pawns. He's down... He's basically down 2 pawns. So it's not that bad.
There's this other bishop.
Oh, he's going to move there to... Okay, I'm going to move there. Okay, both there, both protected. I can take this pawn. And then I'm back. Then we're back here. Okay, let's move this here. Attack this. I'm guessing something like there will be. That is a move. It's a move. Yeah, I need to... There is something that I need to avoid here. Alright, this is actually a bit of a predicament. Let's move there. Protect that. And I need to... Okay. I think I actually have some kind of plan here. Check. I actually have some formulation of a plan. I just have to not allow the... I just have to not allow back...
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I've got to make sure I don't... Okay, that's... Oh shit, that's coming. Shit. This was not... That was not a good move. Shit. Oh wait, I think I haven't... Okay, yeah, I've got a... I just worked it out. Yeah. I thought I was screwed there, but I've got some moves.
I see your predicament.
Yep. Just as I predicted. All right.
Something I'm noticing, he's keeping his rooks on those brown squares, and your bishop can only travel in light colored squares.
Yeah, white square bishop.
He's using actual tactics.
Yeah. The thing is, I just used actual tactics right there as well.
Yeah. No, I'm saying as compared to me.
Yeah, I can... So I can move there. Put him in check again. But but he's just gonna move there. I can't really... Alright, let's cover... Okay, I see his next move. It's gonna be something like there. Alright. Oh, it's gonna be take this. It's gonna be something like there. Or maybe there. Yeah. Okay, let's go here. Not give him the mate in one opportunities. Trade rooks. Alright. We'll go... Now we can go here. Why didn't I see this earlier? Go here. And then we'll go... what side of the board do I want to go? Go here. Yeah, he saw what I was gonna do. Go there. And then we'll go here. I need to work something out. Because, yeah, he's currently trying to... Yeah, it is a free pawn. But... Okay, this square is currently protected. He's probably going to go over here, so let's go to here. Okay. We'll target the rook. I'm guessing something like there will... Oh no. Oh yeah, I need to... I need to defend against that, so... Then I'm guessing here. We're in endgame now, so... I'm guessing something like there is going to be coming. Oh no. There's... Okay, so we've got... Let's take inventory. I'm just trying to think. Yeah, there. there. Yeah, that doesn't work. There then. It goes there. Yeah, well, that's not gonna work. Okay, let's take the pawn. Oh shit. This is gonna be... Spent too much time calculating. Let's move here.
I'm completely wrong. Don't listen to me.
This is there, then here, I guess. Then here. Oh wait, no, but if here, then I get there. Okay, cool. Okay, let's keep pushing this pawn. Oh, no, there? Okay, Whew, this is going to be a, this is definitely going to be a, interesting endgame. Because I have a pawn advantage. I'm 4 points of material up. Can't go there. Can't go there. Can go there. Can go there. Can go there. So, yeah. So, push. And then we promote to queen. We take, pre-move that. I'm just going to there we go. Good game, Xenoth. Good. I was very worried near the end there. Very worried. Oh, that was a good game.
It was actually a good game.
I'm sure I blundered heaps. Yeah, like, one of the things, like, when you get to those... I actually really enjoy those endings where you're not sure if you're going to win. Like, it's really fun. Oh. That's why it's good to have opponents that get better at chess. I'm sure the Jord has been getting better at chess.
I mean, I've beaten you once, so I have to have been getting better at chess. I have won once, which, when I first started playing with you, you know that didn't even seem possible.
Yeah.
But like I said, it's a lot thanks to this website. Actually, they don't hide any. Well, I'm sure.
Yeah, they don't hide everything behind the. They don't hide everything behind a paywall.
No paywall to just get a little bit better at chess, and I feel like I did get a little bit better at chess.
Yeah.
Xenos,
yeah,
Xenos, compared to anything I've given him, yeah.
Yeah, we're like, if we go back to like here, this is when I was like, back to about this point, I was worried because all I have to do is promote my pawns. However, if you get rid of my pawns, it's, like...
See, just a couple moves before that, you were playing off the seat of your pants. One more move before, right there. After you, once his rook had an opening to your king, I saw you. You were right there. You were planning a couple other different moves to do.
Yeah, on this, I was planning here, but then I was like, maybe I should like open up this.
Yeah, because all he had to do was bring his. I think I'm right. All he had to do was bring his rook down next turn. If you didn't move any of those 3 pawns, that would have been checkmate, wouldn't it?
Yeah, if I had moved there, that would have been check. Like rook to there would have been mate. So, yeah, back rank mate. Back rank mate. Back rank mate. Words. But yeah, like, there was definitely a challenge. Even though I had, for the majority of the game, I think I had like a material advantage.
Yeah. But he was... I think I might come back and watch this game again just to see how he kept playing and kept pressure on you, even though he was down so much on material.
Yeah.
It's something that I... Like, once I start losing material, my mind breaks down and I'm...
Yeah, like, I basically had early ideas here of, I had the... So essentially, when I moved my queen there, essentially the idea was to defend the horsey, right? And then because I knew that if he took, I'd been able to take back, and by taking back, I could hit this pawn, and, and the king would be able to defend against it. So yeah. Anyway, I'll end the stream up there, and Graymore Ghost is still waiting on Planet Walk to give us a song or two. I'll probably just play the ranty song. So yeah. Anyway, take care everyone, and make sure to leave a like and subscribe if you like this stream. Leave a comment letting me know what I should do for future streams, and as always, I will see you in the next stream. Between you and me, thank you for watching. Let me just bring this over here.
Hug your loved ones, everyone.
If you're in the Flat Earth community, you will know that there are 2 words that you just cannot say. For whatever reason, those words will not come out of your mouth, no matter how much you try. The 2 words that they don't like to hear, can't hear, refuse to hear, or refuse to say are atmospheric pressure. It's not gas pressure, it's atmospheric pressure. Not gas pressure. Atmospheric pressure. It's not gas pressure, it's atmospheric pressure. Not gas pressure. Atmospheric pressure. It is not gas pressure, it is atmospheric pressure. Not gas pressure. It's not gas pressure, it's atmospheric pressure. Not gas pressure. Atmospheric pressure. I deserve a drink after that. I really do. I feel better. In case you don't know who I am an ex-flat earther until I saw the light and came back to the globe, obviously. And next time we'll tell you that gravity is a container. But for now, it is not gas pressure, it is atmospheric pressure. Not gas pressure. Atmospheric pressure. It's not gas pressure, it's atmospheric pressure. Not gas pressure. It is not gas pressure, it is atmospheric pressure. Not gas pressure. Atmospheric pressure. It's not gas pressure, it's atmospheric pressure. Not gas pressure. Atmospheric pressure. Pressure, it's atmospheric pressure. Not gas pressure. It's not gas pressure, it's atmospheric pressure. Not gas pressure. It is not gas pressure, it is atmospheric pressure. Not gas pressure. It's not gas pressure, it's atmospheric pressure. Not gas pressure. So, let that be a lesson for the flirts out there. Let's hope that they pin their ears back and understand the difference between gas pressure and atmospheric pressure.